Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When the landlord peeled back the torn fabric on the abandoned mattress, dozens of old photographs spilled out. Most were damaged, overexposed, until they found one that was crystal clear. A young girl asleep in bed. In the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a man crouching by her door. Calvin Mendez had been managing rental properties in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania, for nearly 17 years. In all that time, he'd seen his share of strange tenant behaviors, hoarding, unauthorized renovations, bizarre decorating choices. But nothing had prepared him for what he discovered in Unit 4B at the Pinewood Heights apartments on that foggy Tuesday morning in October of 2018. The tenant, Daniel Creighton, had lived there for 3 years. Quiet, always paid rent on time, polite but distant. The type of tenant property managers dream about until they vanish without notice, leaving behind nothing but a forwarding address for the security deposit that routes to a non-existent P.O. box. "I knocked for 2 days," Calvin later told Detective Sarah Linwood. No answer. The neighbors hadn't seen him in almost a week. I had maintenance open it up, thought maybe he'd fallen or something happened to him. The apartment was mostly empty. A few pieces of furniture remained, as if Creighton had taken only what could fit in a single car load. In the bedroom sat an old twin mattress, worn thin in the middle. Its side seemed torn open as if someone had been searching for something inside. Calvin noticed the tear and, curious, pulled it wider. That's when they spilled out dozens of photographs, some decades old, others more recent. Most were damaged, as if they'd been stuffed hastily into the mattress. Water-stained, faded, sun-bleached, but a few were intact. "They were all of sleeping people," Calvin explained, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Mostly children. Kids in bedrooms I didn't recognize, and in each photo, if you looked carefully enough, you could see someone, just a hand or a shadow or an outline, watching them from somewhere in the room." Detective Linwood established a timeline. Daniel Creighton, 42, had moved to Oak Ridge in 2015. Before that, his history was sparse. Employment records showed stints as a night janitor at 3 different school districts across Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Never stayed more than 2 years in one place. No criminal record, no marriage license, no property ownership. A ghost passing through communities, leaving barely a ripple except for the photographs. The forensics team cataloged 87 distinct photos from the mattress. The oldest appeared to be from the early 1990s, judging by the film type and clothing styles. The most recent, the clearest one, was dated just 3 months prior, written on the back in careful block lettering, Emma, August 2018. This photograph troubled Detective Linwood the most. Unlike the others, it was perfectly preserved. An 8-year-old girl sleeping peacefully in a pink bedroom. Stuffed animals arranged neatly on a shelf above her bed. A nightlight shaped like a unicorn casting soft shadows across her walls. And there in the open doorway, the unmistakable silhouette of an adult man, slightly crouched, watching. "We need to find this child," Linwood told her team. "This isn't historical documentation. This is active surveillance." The photograph revealed little about the location. No obvious landmarks outside the window. No school emblems or unique items that might pinpoint a specific town. Just a typical child's bedroom in what could be any middle-class American home. They began with what they knew, Creighton's former workplaces. schools where he'd had after-hours access, towns where he'd lived, cross-referencing with children named Emma who would be approximately 8 years old in those areas. Meanwhile, forensic technicians worked through the older photographs. Some yielded partial fingerprints. Others revealed writing on the back that had faded with time. One bore the imprint of a school crest, Lincoln Elementary in Westfield, New Jersey, visible only under specialized lighting. "This is methodical," noted Dr. Alina Santos, the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. "These aren't impulsive souvenirs, they're documentation. He's building a record, possibly returning to the same children multiple times." The unsettling realization came 2 weeks into the investigation. Among the older photos, they found images of the same children at different ages, as if the photographer had revisited them over years, always while they slept, always unaware. The Oak Ridge police issued an interstate alert for Daniel Creighton. His driver's license photo was circulated to law enforcement across the eastern seaboard, but Creighton had a 6-week head start. No credit card transactions, no cell phone pings. His car was found abandoned at a long-term parking lot near the Pittsburgh International Airport. 3 days later, Detective Linwood received a call from a Lieutenant Carter in Millbrook, Connecticut. A school custodian fitting Creighton's description had just been hired under the name Thomas Whitfield. References checked out, fabricated, they later learned. He'd already begun work on the overnight shift. When officers arrived at the modest apartment Thomas Whitfield had rented just 2 weeks prior, they found it sparsely furnished. A laptop, a camera bag, a new mattress still in its factory plastic, and taped to the refrigerator a class schedule for Millbrook Elementary School with certain classroom numbers highlighted in yellow. Among them, Ms. Peterson's third-grade class, attended by an 8-year-old named Emma Wilson. The arrest was quiet, executed when Whitfield Creighton arrived for his shift at 11 p.m. He offered no resistance, said nothing as they placed him in handcuffs. His only reaction came when Detective Linwood, who had driven 6 hours to be present, showed him the photograph of Emma sleeping. "You don't understand," he said softly, eyes fixed on the image. "I was protecting them." The investigation expanded, reaching back decades. The photographs formed a disturbing map of Creighton's movements across 7 states. In each location, he had secured jobs that gave him access to schools after hours. In each place, he had watched children sleep, some for years. Yet the deepest mystery emerged from the interviews. In all the cases where children or families could be located and questioned, none reported any physical contact. No break-ins were discovered, no assaults reported. "He watched them through windows," Dr. Santos explained during a case briefing. "Sometimes from doorways if he could gain access, but according to our interviews, he never touched them, never spoke to them. They never knew he was there." "So what was he doing?" asked Detective Linwood. "In his mind, protecting them," replied Santos. "We found journals in his storage unit. He believed he was guarding these children from something worse than himself. In his distorted reality, as long as he was the one watching them, no real harm could come to them." Searches of Creighton's various residences uncovered no evidence of more serious crimes. No child pornography, no trophies beyond the photographs themselves. But they did find something unexpected. Records of anonymous tips to local police departments reporting suspected child abuse or neglect at specific addresses. In many cases, these tips aligned with children whose photos were found in the mattress. Creighton, it seemed, had been reporting families he believed were mistreating their children, then appointing himself as a shadowy, unseen guardian. Daniel Creighton was eventually charged with multiple counts of stalking, trespassing, and invasion of privacy. During his trial, psychologists testified about his severely distorted sense of reality and his traumatic childhood, which included being removed from an abusive home at age 9. "I was keeping them safe," he repeated during his testimony. "Someone watched over me once. I'm just continuing the work." The case of the mattress photographs left an indelible mark on Detective Linwood. Years later, she would still check her children's windows twice before bed, drawing the curtains tight against the night. And sometimes, when she couldn't sleep, she would find herself wondering about Creighton's final words at his sentencing. "There are others like me," he had said, staring directly at her. "Watching, always watching, and you should be grateful for us." The photographs remain in evidence storage at the Oak Ridge Police Department. Occasionally, on particularly difficult cases, Detective Linwood will revisit them, studying the shadowy figure in the corner of each frame, wondering about the line between protection and predation, between guardian and stalker. And sometimes, when the night is particularly quiet, she catches herself listening for the sound of someone breathing outside her children's windows. Crime 2, the set was unplugged. No cable, no antenna, no signal. Yet the screen flickered to life and began playing what looked like home video footage, shaky, silent, black and white. The camera moved slowly down a hallway. The view paused at a closet. Inside it, someone was breathing. This is what Claire Mercer would later tell detectives had happened 3 nights before her husband disappeared. Westbrook, Connecticut isn't the kind of place where people vanish. It's a coastal town of 7,000 residents where generations of families have lived along the same quiet streets. The Mercers had moved there in 2017, purchasing a modest colonial-style home on Osprey Lane, just 2 blocks from Long Island Sound. Daniel Mercer was 42, an IT consultant who worked remotely for a firm in Boston. Claire, 39, taught 3rd grade at the local elementary school. Neighbors described them as private but pleasant. They had no children. Daniel had a precise routine. Each morning at 6:15, he would jog along the shore, returning exactly 38 minutes later. He would shower, prepare a protein shake, and retreat to his home office by 7:30. Claire would leave for school at 7:15. They had separate lives during the day, but always ate dinner together at 6:30 sharp. Dan liked order, Claire explained during her first interview with Detective Laurel Simmons. He measured his life in minutes, not hours. February 14, 2023 began like any other Tuesday. Claire left for school while Daniel was in the shower. When she returned home at 4:45 p.m., Daniel wasn't there. His laptop was open on his desk, a half-finished email on the screen. His phone sat beside it. His wallet remained in the drawer where he always kept it. His car was in the garage. Daniel Mercer had simply disappeared. Claire waited until 8:30 p.m. before calling the police. "I thought maybe he went for a walk to clear his head," she told Detective Simmons. "He'd been having trouble sleeping." Officer James Wilson took the initial report, noting Claire's calm demeanor as unusual. "Most spouses would be frantic by then," he later commented to Simmons. Mrs. Mercer seemed more confused than worried. The investigation began routinely. Officers canvassed the neighborhood. No one had seen Daniel that day. Security cameras from nearby homes showed no sign of him leaving on foot. The coastline was searched. Nothing. It was during her second interview on February 16th that Claire first mentioned the television incident. 3 nights before he disappeared, something strange happened, she said, her voice steady but her hands trembling slightly. We were getting ready for bed when the TV in our bedroom turned on by itself. It wasn't plugged in. Dan always unplugged it before bed because he worried about electrical fires. According to Claire, the screen showed grainy footage of what appeared to be their own hallway. The camera moved slowly toward their bedroom closet, lingered there for several seconds, then cut to black. Dan said it was probably just some crossed signal from a neighbor's security system, Claire continued. He unplugged it again and we went to sleep, but the next morning he seemed different, distracted. Detective Simmons requested permission to examine the television. Technicians could find nothing unusual about the set, a standard Samsung model purchased 3 years earlier. No recording devices were found in the home. As days passed without any sign of Daniel, investigators dug deeper into the Mercers' lives. Their financials showed no unusual activity. Daniel's work colleagues described him as reliable and methodical, though several mentioned he had seemed distracted in recent video calls. On February 20th, police interviewed Martin Kaler, Daniel's closest friend in Westbrook. They had met at a community center coding class and occasionally went fishing together. Dan mentioned something weird about a week before he disappeared, Keeler said. He asked if I knew anything about the history of their house. Said he kept hearing noises at night, scratching inside the walls. I told him it was probably just mice. When asked if Daniel had mentioned anything about a television turning on by itself, Keeler paused. Actually, yeah, he texted me about that, said he didn't want to freak Claire out, but he was sure he saw something unsettling on the screen. I asked what, but he never replied. I figured he was just tired. Dan worked too much. The investigation took an unexpected turn when police discovered Daniel had been researching the history of their home extensively in the weeks before his disappearance. His browser history revealed queries about previous owners and any deaths that had occurred on the property. Property records showed the house had been built in 1973 and had 5 previous owners. Nothing remarkable appeared in its history until Detective Simmons uncovered a local newspaper article from 1986. A man named Edward Farrell had lived there briefly before being arrested for the murders of 2 women in Massachusetts. The article mentioned that upon Farrell's arrest, police had discovered disturbing video recordings in a hidden compartment in the master bedroom closet. On February 22nd, 8 days after Daniel's disappearance, police obtained a warrant to remove sections of drywall in the Mercers' home. Behind the wall of the master bedroom closet, the same closet that had appeared in the strange TV footage, they discovered a small space containing a rusted metal box. Inside were 5 VHS tapes, their labels faded with age, and underneath them, wrapped in plastic, was a driver's license belonging to Daniel Mercer. When forensic technicians examined the tapes, 4 contained exactly what the newspaper had described, Farrell's recordings of his victims, but the 5th tape was different. It showed footage of the Mercers' hallway, identical to what Claire had described seeing on the television. The final frames showed Daniel opening the closet and reaching behind the wall. Claire, when shown the tape, collapsed in shock. "That's exactly what we saw on the TV," she whispered. "But how? This tape is decades old, and that's clearly Daniel in our house." The investigation intensified. ground-penetrating radar was used to search the property. On February 27th, technicians discovered a disturbance in the soil beneath the garage floor. Excavation revealed human remains later identified through dental records as Edward Farrell, who, according to official records, had died in prison in 2001. Analysis of the remains indicated Farrell had been dead for approximately 15-20 years. He could not possibly have been buried in a garage owned by the Mercers since 2017. As forensic teams continued their work, Claire stayed with her sister in New Haven. On March 3rd, 17 days after Daniel's disappearance, Claire received a text message from Daniel's phone, which was still in police custody. The message contained only 4 words: behind the third tape. Detective Simmons immediately re-examined the metal box. The inside panel behind where the third tape had been stored was loose. Removing it revealed a small cavity containing a USB drive. The drive held a single document, a detailed confession written by Daniel Mercer. In it, he explained that he had discovered the tapes while doing renovations in January. Research led him to identify Farrell and learn about his crimes. But what disturbed him most was finding newspaper articles confirming that Farrell had indeed died in prison in 2001. If Farrell died in prison, Daniel wrote, then who is buried beneath our garage? And why does the 5th tape show me in our house when it's clearly been in that wall for decades? Daniel's document described increasingly disturbing events, whispers from the walls, objects moved when no one was home, and finally, the television incident which Claire had witnessed. The final paragraph read, I know now what's happening. The dates, the timing, the patterns, it's all connected. Claire isn't safe as long as she stays in this house. I found where the original recordings were made. I need to end this cycle. If you're reading this, I've failed. The document included coordinates for a location in the woods 17 miles north of Westbrook. Police searched the area and discovered an abandoned hunting cabin. Inside, they found equipment for video editing and transfer, the kind that could convert modern digital recordings to appear like vintage VHS footage. They also found Daniel's jacket, covered in soil matching that from beneath the Mercer's garage. But of Daniel himself, there was no trace. The case remains officially open. Claire Mercer sold the house and moved to Arizona. The new owners of the property on Osprey Lane have reported no unusual occurrences. Detective Simmons requested the case files for Edward Farrell's victims, but was informed they had been lost in a courthouse flood in 2012. Sometimes late at night in the evidence room of the Westbrook Police Department, the television used to review the 5 VHS tapes will turn on by itself. The screen shows only static, but if you listen carefully, some say you can hear breathing, as though someone is standing just behind you, watching. Crime 3, they were digging a routine burial site when the shovel broke through. Underneath, there was no casket, just more dirt, then sand, then rock. They sent down a probe, then a camera. All footage was corrupted. The digger who reached in said he felt something pulling back. In the small town of Meridian Creek, Wisconsin, population 8,742, everyone knew Thomas Halsey. A 63-year-old cemetery groundskeeper for over 30 years, Thomas maintained the peaceful resting grounds with quiet pride. His weathered hands had prepared countless graves, his stoic presence a fixture at hundreds of burials. People said Thomas was married to his job. After losing his wife Elaine to breast cancer in 1998, the cemetery became his sanctuary. His small maintenance cottage at the edge of the property was sparsely furnished but meticulously clean, much like the grounds he tended. On October 17, 2023, Thomas began preparing a plot for the burial of Marjorie Wilson, a beloved elementary school teacher who had passed after a long illness. The day was unremarkable, overcast with a slight chill that whispered of the approaching winter. Thomas had chosen the northeastern section of the cemetery, a tranquil area beneath sprawling oak trees that created dappled patterns on the grass in summer. At approximately 2:30 p.m., according to his assistant Kyle Merritt, Thomas's shovel made an unusual sound. Not the dull thud of hitting rock, but a hollow sound, like breaking through the roof of a forgotten cellar. Kyle, only 19 and working part-time while attending community college, would later describe how Thomas froze, his expression shifting from confusion to something Kyle couldn't quite name. He just stood there staring down at the hole, Kyle told Detective Sarah Reeves 3 days later. Then he got down on his knees and started digging with his hands. I asked what was wrong, but he didn't answer. That wasn't like Mr. Halsey at all. According to Kyle, Thomas continued excavating with increasing urgency. The grave site, which should have been standard, 6 feet deep with consistent soil composition, had revealed something unexpected. Beneath the typical dark soil of Meridian Creek lay a layer of fine, pale sand not native to the region, and beneath that, smooth, unnaturally dark stone. Thomas sent Kyle to get the probe camera they occasionally used to check for utility lines. When the young man returned, Thomas had already widened the hole, revealing more of the strange material below. His hands were bleeding from digging without gloves, but he seemed not to notice. The probe camera, a simple device with a flexible cable and light, was lowered into the cavity. Kyle reported that Thomas's hands were shaking as he watched the small monitor, but when asked what they saw, Kyle's testimony becomes vague. The screen kept glitching. We could see shapes, but nothing clear. Then it just went black. What happened next would become the focus of intense speculation. Thomas allegedly reached into the opening, extending his arm to feel what lay beyond. According to Kyle's statement, Thomas suddenly jerked backward, his face drained of color. "Something down there," he whispered. Something pulled back. Within minutes, Thomas insisted they fill the hole. He ordered Kyle to bring more soil to cover whatever they had found. His behavior, previously methodical and calm, had become erratic. Kyle complied, though increasingly concerned for his mentor's state of mind. By the following morning, Thomas Halsey had vanished. His cottage stood empty, bed unmade, morning coffee half consumed on the kitchen counter. His truck remained parked where he always left it. His cell phone lay on the nightstand, its battery dead. Most tellingly, the door to his cottage was unlocked, something the meticulous Thomas never allowed. Detective Sarah Reeves of the Meridian Creek Police Department initially treated Thomas's disappearance as concerning but not necessarily suspicious. At 63, with no history of cognitive decline or mental health issues, Thomas wasn't the typical missing person. Friends and colleagues universally described him as reliable and stable. The investigation might have continued along standard lines had Kyle not mentioned the strange discovery at the Wilson plot. Detective Reeves decided to examine the site, expecting to find nothing more than perhaps an abandoned utility tunnel or natural formation that had spooked the cemetery workers. What they found defied easy explanation. The grave had been refilled, but poorly, the soil loose and uneven. When excavated under police supervision, the layers Kyle had described were confirmed, topsoil, then the unusual sand, then the dark stone, but there was more. The stone contained what appeared to be a narrow vertical shaft, perfectly cylindrical, approximately 18 inches in diameter. It extended downward beyond the reach of their equipment. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in from the state university. The readings were inconsistent, showing what technicians described as interference patterns. The shaft appeared to descend at least 40 feet, possibly much deeper, but the readings became increasingly distorted with depth. A search of Thomas's cottage revealed the first truly disturbing evidence. In his usually immaculate desk drawer, Detective Reeves found a collection of newspaper clippings dating back to 1987. Each documented similar phenomena, unusual subterranean discoveries during excavations, primarily in cemeteries throughout the Midwest. More troubling was Thomas's journal, containing detailed notes about the network beneath, cryptic references to connections between burial grounds spanning multiple states. The final entry, dated the evening before his disappearance, read only, "They use our reverence against us. The dead are just the beginning." By week 2 of the investigation, the Wilson plot had been secured and covered with a temporary structure. County officials classified it as an environmental hazard site, though privately none could agree on what exactly had been discovered. Professional excavation teams refused to proceed after preliminary assessments reported unstable conditions. Then came the dreams. Kyle Merritt was the first to report them, vivid nightmares in which he found himself descending through the shaft, drawn downward by voices he couldn't quite understand but somehow recognized. In these dreams, the shaft never ended. It simply broadened into vast, cathedral-like spaces where shadowy figures moved just beyond his vision. Detective Reeves began experiencing similar dreams 3 nights later. So did the radar technicians, the county coroner who had briefly visited the site, and most disturbingly, Marjorie Wilson's husband, who had never been informed of the discovery beneath his wife's intended resting place. 5 weeks into the investigation, with Thomas Halsey still missing and no concrete explanation for what lay beneath the cemetery, the county board voted to permanently seal the site. Concrete was poured, the area fenced off and marked as unstable ground. Marjorie Wilson was laid to rest in another section of the cemetery. The official report concluded that Thomas Halsey had likely suffered an acute psychological break triggered by job stress and lingering grief over his wife's death, leading him to flee. His financial accounts remained untouched. His passport had expired years earlier. No trace of him has been found. But some in Meridian Creek speak quietly of seeing a figure resembling Thomas standing at the cemetery's edge on particularly dark nights, watching, waiting. Others report strange sounds emanating from the ground near the sealed Wilson plot, not quite voices, but rhythmic vibrations that seem to follow visitors as they walk the cemetery paths. Detective Reeves has since requested transfer from the case, citing personal reasons. Kyle Merritt dropped out of community college and moved to Arizona, refusing all further interviews. The cemetery has hired a new groundskeeper, but no one stays in Thomas's old cottage. And throughout the Midwest, in small towns much like Meridian Creek, groundskeepers now dig with heightened attention, listening for that hollow sound that might indicate their shovel has broken through to something that was never meant to be discovered, something that might be reaching back. The grave had no bottom, and perhaps neither does the mystery of what truly lies beneath. Crime 4, she wiped the steam from the glass, expecting her reflection. But the mirror showed the bathroom behind her, just the empty tiles and pale light, When she leaned closer, something flickered across the surface, an outline. Same clothes, same posture, but no face. That's what 17-year-old Eliza Barnett told her mother on the morning of October 12, 2018. It was a crisp autumn Friday in the small town of Millbrook, Connecticut, the kind of day when the leaves had just begun their transformation, painting the landscape in warm hues of amber and crimson. To most of Millbrook's residents, it was just another ordinary day. For the Barnett family, it was the beginning of a nightmare that would consume their lives. Eliza had always been what locals called a sensitive girl. She noticed things others didn't, the way shadows stretched across walls, how certain rooms felt heavier than others, the subtle shifts in atmosphere before storms. Her mother, Catherine Barnett, a practical woman who worked as a nurse at Millbrook General, always attributed these sensitivities to Eliza's artistic nature. The girl had a gift for photography, capturing moments that seemed to reveal something deeper about her subjects. She saw things differently, Catherine would later tell Detective James Morrison. Not in a way that worried me, she just noticed more. The Barnett house on Willow Lane had been their home for 12 years. A modest two-story colonial with fading blue paint and white shutters, it sat at the edge of town where the suburbs gradually surrendered to dense woodlands. Eliza's bedroom window faced these woods, and she often spent evenings watching deer emerge from between the trees while she completed her homework. That Thursday night before her strange mirror experience, Eliza had been working on her photography portfolio for college applications. Her teacher, Ms. Reynolds, had suggested focusing on a theme of transitions, a concept Eliza had interpreted through a series of dusk photographs capturing the moment between day and night. She was out until almost 8, Catherine recalled. I remember because dinner got cold waiting for her. She seemed different when she came home, quieter. She just picked at her food and went straight upstairs. According to Catherine, Eliza had mentioned hearing something following her in the woods. Not footsteps exactly, but a sound like fabric brushing against leaves. When Catherine suggested it was probably just the wind, Eliza had nodded but didn't seem convinced. The next morning, that fateful Friday, Catherine was awakened by Eliza's scream from the bathroom. She found her daughter backed against the wall, pointing at the mirror, her face drained of color. She kept saying she couldn't see herself, Catherine explained, her voice breaking during interviews. That there was a shape where she should be, but without a face. I looked at the mirror, it was just a normal mirror. Steam from her shower, nothing unusual, but she was terrified. Catherine convinced Eliza to lie down, attributing the episode to stress or perhaps an early migraine. Eliza had suffered from occasional migraines since puberty, sometimes accompanied by visual disturbances. After some reluctance, Eliza agreed to stay home from school that day. Catherine, due at the hospital for a 12-hour shift, called their neighbor, Mrs. Abernathy, to check in on Eliza during the day. I should have stayed home, Catherine would repeat in the months that followed. If I had stayed home. Mrs. Abernathy, a 72-year-old widow who had lived next door to the Barnetts for over a decade, reported checking on Eliza at noon. The girl had been in bed, curtains drawn, seemingly asleep. Mrs. Abernathy left a sandwich on the nightstand and quietly departed. When Catherine returned home at 8:15 p.m., the house was dark. No lights were on, not even the porch light that Eliza usually left on for her mother. Catherine initially assumed Eliza was still sleeping, but the bedroom was empty. The sandwich remained untouched. What followed was the beginning of a search that would consume the town of Millbrook. Catherine called Eliza's friends, then the police. Officer Daniel Reed took the initial report but didn't seem particularly concerned. Teenagers disappeared temporarily all the time, he assured Catherine. Eliza would likely return by morning. But morning came and Eliza didn't. By Saturday afternoon, the Millbrook Police Department had officially launched a missing persons investigation. Eliza's photograph, a school portrait showing a serious-looking girl with long brown hair and thoughtful eyes, appeared on flyers throughout town. Search parties combed the woods behind the Barnett house. Eliza's friends were interviewed, her social media accounts examined. There was nothing unusual in her online presence, Detective Morrison noted. No evidence of a secret boyfriend, no concerning communications, no indication she was planning to leave. Her last post was about her photography project, a sunset image with the caption, "The in-between moments reveal the most truth." The first truly unsettling development came 3 days after Eliza's disappearance, when Catherine was cleaning her daughter's room. Behind Eliza's desk, she found a stack of photographs the girl had recently taken. Most were the dusk shots for her project, trees silhouetted against fading light, the train station at sunset, the old church steeple as daylight waned. But the last several photos showed something different. They were all of the bathroom mirror, taken at different times of day. In each image, the mirror reflected the empty bathroom, the shower curtain, the sink, the small window, but where Eliza should have been standing with her camera, there was only a faint, blurry outline. Photography experts later said it could be explained by camera settings, lighting issues, or simple digital artifacts, Detective Morrison explained. But the sequence of them, all showing the same anomaly, was unusual. When Catherine showed the photos to the police, the investigation intensified. Cadaver dogs were brought in to search the woods. Eliza's computer was confiscated. Interviews extended to teachers, distant acquaintances, even former boyfriends. Ms. Reynolds, Eliza's photography teacher, provided additional context that cast the mirror photos in an even stranger light. According to her, Eliza had become fascinated by an obscure photography technique called long exposure self-erasure about 2 weeks before her disappearance. She was experimenting with ways to make herself disappear from images, Ms. Reynolds explained. Not through digital manipulation, but through long exposure times and movement. She seemed almost obsessed with the concept of visual absence, being physically present but invisible to the camera. As October turned to November, the investigation took another turn when Eliza's camera was found in the woods, nearly half a mile from the Barnett house. The memory card was intact, containing dozens of images taken on the day she disappeared. The chronology of photos told a disturbing story. They began with several shots of Eliza's own empty bedroom, moved to images taken from her window of the woods at different zoom levels, and then progressed to pictures clearly taken while walking among the trees. The final images were of a small clearing with an unusual rock formation, 3 large stones arranged in a rough triangle. The last photo on the camera was the most disturbing. It showed the same clearing, but with a dark figure standing in the center of the stone triangle. The figure was blurred, captured in motion, its features indistinct except for what appeared to be an outstretched hand. When search teams returned to the location depicted in the photos, they found the stone formation exactly as pictured. The ground within the triangle of stones showed signs of disturbance, flattened grass, displaced soil. Forensic teams collected samples, finding traces of an unidentified black substance that lab reports would later describe as organic in nature, similar to a specialized form of fungal matter, but with properties inconsistent with known species. More puzzling were the three perfectly circular indentations found in the soil, each about 4 inches in diameter and 6 inches deep, forming their own smaller triangle within the larger formation of stones. It was as if something had been inserted into the ground with considerable force, noted the forensic report. The compression patterns suggested the objects had been twisted clockwise after insertion. By December, with winter settling over Millbrook, the active investigation began to slow. Tips had dwindled. Searches yielded no new evidence. Catherine Barnett, refusing to give up hope, continued to maintain Eliza's room exactly as she had left it, the bathroom mirror now covered with a sheet. Then on January 17, 2019, exactly 3 months after Eliza's disappearance, Mrs. Abernathy called the police in a state of agitation. She claimed to have seen a light in the woods behind the Barnett house, not a flashlight, but what she described as a glow, like foxfire, but pulsing. Officer Reed and his partner investigated, but found nothing unusual. They attributed the sighting to the elderly woman's imagination, or perhaps ice reflecting moonlight. 2 days later, however, Catherine herself reported seeing a similar phenomenon from Eliza's bedroom window, a faint, rhythmic illumination deep among the trees. This time, when police investigated, they found something, a camera memory card placed carefully on one of the stones in the triangular formation. The card contained a single image, the bathroom mirror from the Barnett house, showing a figure standing before it. The figure was blurry, indistinct, but recognizable as a young woman in posture and form. Where the face should have been was only a smudge of darkness. Metadata from the image file indicated it had been taken the previous night at 3:17 a.m. when the Barnett house had been empty, Catherine having temporarily moved in with her sister due to the emotional strain of remaining in the home. The case of Eliza Barnett remains officially unsolved. Catherine eventually sold the house on Willow Lane, unable to live with the constant reminder of her daughter's absence. The new owners reported no unusual experiences with the bathroom mirror, though they did mention occasionally hearing what sounded like a camera shutter clicking in the middle of the night. Detective Morrison, who has since retired from the Millbrook Police Department, keeps a copy of the final mirror photograph in his personal files. In a rare moment of candor, he once confessed to a colleague, "In 27 years of law enforcement, I've learned that sometimes the absence of evidence tells a story of its own. In Eliza's case, the absence was the story all along." The woods behind the former Barnett house have since been partially developed into a housing subdivision. During excavation, construction workers uncovered a collection of old camera parts buried approximately 6 feet below the surface, vintage pieces dating back to the 1940s, with no clear explanation for their presence. The triangular stone formation remains, now situated between 2 new properties, protected by local historical preservation laws due to its suspected indigenous origins. Residents of the new homes occasionally report seeing a young woman with a camera walking at dusk, always at a distance, always heading deeper into the remaining woods. And in Millbrook High School, Eliza's final photography project hangs in the art department hallway, a memorial to the missing student. The centerpiece of the display is a large print showing the woods at that transitional moment between day and night. If you look closely at the spaces between the trees in the gathering shadows where light and darkness merge, some claim they can make out a silhouette, a girl with a camera, forever capturing the in-between. Crime 5, the daycare had been empty for days, all doors locked, alarms set. But each morning staff arrived to find toys in different places, some grouped in circles, others stacked like shrines. one doll was always missing. When they finally checked the crawl space, they found it seated upright, staring at the beams. Little Wonders Daycare sat on the corner of Maple and Birch in the quiet town of Fairbrook, Connecticut. The single-story building with its cheerful blue trim and fenced playground had been a fixture in the community for nearly 3 decades. Meredith Caldwell had owned and operated the daycare since 1998, building a reputation for warmth and reliability among local families. The staff, 4 full-time caregivers and 2 part-time assistants, had worked together for years, forming a tight-knit team that parents trusted implicitly. The incident began during the annual week-long closure in November for deep cleaning and minor renovations. The daycare always closed the week of Thanksgiving, giving staff time off and allowing for maintenance while children were home with their families. On Monday, November 20, 2023, the building was emptied of children, the alarm system activated, and the doors securely locked at 6:30 p.m. Meredith herself had done a final walkthrough, making sure every window was secured and every light was off. The following morning, Meredith arrived first, as she always did, at 7:15 a.m. She entered through the main door, disarming the security system that showed no signs of disturbance throughout the night. The moment she stepped into the main playroom, she felt something was wrong. The room had been left spotless the evening before, toys in their designated bins, tiny chairs pushed neatly under tables, art supplies organized in labeled drawers. But now, in the soft morning light filtering through the blinds, she saw that someone or something had been there. It wasn't ransacked or vandalized, Meredith would later tell Detective James Harmon. It was intentional, deliberate, like someone had spent hours arranging everything just so. In the center of the rainbow-colored carpet, wooden blocks had been stacked into a perfect pyramid, 3 feet tall. Around this structure, plastic animals had been placed in concentric circles, lions facing inward, followed by zebras, then elephants. The stuffed bears that normally sat along the reading nook shelves were now seated in chairs around the art table, positioned as if in the middle of a tea party. But what disturbed Meredith most was what was missing. A vintage cloth doll named Penny that had belonged to the daycare since it opened. The doll, with its faded yellow dress and yarn pigtails, was something of a mascot. Children loved her, often arguing over who would get to play with her that day. Meredith called the police immediately. Officer Daniela Rodriguez responded to the call, arriving at 7:43 a.m. She documented the scene, noting that there were no signs of forced entry. The alarm system log showed no activations or deactivations between Meredith's departure the previous evening and her arrival that morning. Nothing of value had been taken, not the computer in the office, not the petty cash box, not even the new set of educational toys still in their packaging. "This doesn't look like a break-in," Officer Rodriguez noted. "This looks like play." The toys were returned to their proper places, the incident documented, but no investigation launched. With no evidence of forced entry and nothing stolen, it seemed like a minor, if puzzling, occurrence. Perhaps, Officer Rodriguez suggested, the alarm had been improperly set, allowing a neighborhood teen to slip in and play a prank. The following morning, however, it happened again. This time, Caroline Fletcher, the assistant director, arrived first. She found blocks arranged in a wide circle spanning the entire room. Inside the circle, every doll and stuffed animal the daycare owned had been placed facing outward, as if standing guard. And once again, Penny the cloth doll was missing. Caroline searched the entire building before calling Meredith, who immediately drove over. Together they combed the daycare, finding Penny eventually in the kitchen, seated on top of the refrigerator, her cloth legs dangling over the edge. The security company was called. They sent a technician who tested the system thoroughly and found it functioning perfectly. The code log showed no entries during the night. The cameras outside, which only covered the entrance and parking lot, showed nothing unusual. The technician suggested that perhaps someone had obtained the security code somehow, entering and exiting without leaving any evidence. For the next 2 nights, Meredith and Caroline took turns sleeping at the daycare. Nothing happened while they were there. The toys remained in place. Penny stayed where she belonged, in her small wicker chair in the reading nook. They couldn't stay there forever, though. On Friday night, with the building empty once more, whatever had been happening resumed. This time the display was more elaborate. A complex structure of blocks, plastic pipes, and fabric scraps created a small city in the middle of the room. Dolls and action figures were positioned throughout this miniature world, some peering out of windows, others standing on rooftops. Drawings from the art supplies had been created and taped to the walls, crude but recognizable depictions of houses, trees, and smiling stick figures. And Penny was gone again. This time the search was more frantic. The staff arrived one by one, as Meredith called them, each joining the increasingly desperate hunt through cabinets, closets, behind furniture. It was Becca Tran, the newest and youngest staff member, who finally thought to check the crawl space. The access panel to the cramped area beneath the building was in the supply closet, hidden behind stacked boxes of paper towels and cleaning supplies. Becca moved these aside and opened the small door, shining her phone flashlight into the darkness. "I found her," Becca called out, her voice tight. The others crowded around as Becca pointed her light at the far corner of the crawl space, some 15 feet away. There sat Penny, propped upright against a support beam, her butt and eyes reflecting the flashlight beam in eerie twin points of light. Around her was a circle of small handprints in the dust. Detective James Harmon took over the case that afternoon. The building was temporarily closed as crime scene technicians photographed, measured, and collected evidence. The crawl space was thoroughly examined. The handprints were small, child-sized, but there were no children's fingerprints on file to compare them to. The dust was too fine for good prints anyway. Only the general shape and size could be determined. The security system was examined again, more thoroughly this time. The code hadn't been compromised. The windows were still secured from the inside. The only people with access to the building were staff members, all of whom had been with the daycare for years, except for Becca, who had joined the team 4 months earlier. Background checks were run again on all employees. Interviews were conducted with neighbors, with parents of children who attended the daycare, with former employees. No one reported seeing anything unusual. No one had any reason to suspect any of the staff. The investigation stalled. Then Elena Vasquez, mother of 4-year-old Miguel, came forward with something odd. Miguel had been talking about a secret friend at daycare, an older boy named Thomas who played with him when no one was looking. According to Miguel, Thomas lived in the walls and only came out when the grown-ups weren't around. Elena had assumed it was an imaginary friend, common for children Miguel's age. Other parents were questioned. 3 more children mentioned Thomas. Each description was similar. An older boy, maybe 10 or 11, who was very thin and wore the same clothes every day. He never spoke to the grown-ups. He knew special hiding places in the building. The daycare's records were checked. There had never been a child named Thomas enrolled there. The building's history was examined more closely. Before becoming a daycare in 1998, it had been a doctor's office. Before that, from 1950 to 1978, it had been a single-family home. The property records led to a startling discovery. The Peterson family had lived there for those 28 years, parents Robert and Claire and their son Thomas. News archives revealed a tragic story. 10-year-old Thomas Peterson had gone missing in the summer of 1976. Despite an extensive search, he was never found. His parents continued to live in the house for 2 more years before moving away, the constant reminder of their missing child too painful to bear. Was it possible? Could Thomas Peterson somehow still be in the building where he once lived, now nearly 60 years old, but forever playing the games of the child he had been? Or was someone using the local tragedy as inspiration for an elaborate hoax? Detective Harmon ordered a more thorough search of the building. Walls were examined for hidden passages. The crawl space was mapped and measured against the building's floor plan to check for discrepancies. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in to scan beneath the building's foundation. Nothing was found. Cameras were installed inside the daycare, a step Meredith had always resisted as an invasion of the children's privacy, but now deemed necessary. For a week, nothing happened. The toys stayed put. Penny remained in her chair, but the recordings from the night of December 2nd changed everything. At 2:17 a.m., with the building empty and the alarm active, a small figure moved through the main playroom. The footage was grainy in the low light, but it clearly showed a child-sized person methodically arranging toys. The figure worked for hours, stopping occasionally as if listening, then continuing its strange task. It never looked directly at the cameras. As dawn approached, the figure took Penny and disappeared into the supply closet. When staff checked the crawl space later that morning, the doll was there again, this time surrounded by a circle of small toys. The footage was analyzed by experts. It wasn't a child, they concluded, but a very small adult or teenager, moving with a hunched posture. The face was never clearly visible, always hidden by a hood or turned away from the cameras. The security company was baffled. The alarm had never been triggered, yet someone had clearly been inside. A more sophisticated system was installed, with motion sensors in every room and contact points on every possible entry. Police patrols drove by regularly during the night. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the incident stopped. The toys remained undisturbed each morning. Penny stayed in her chair. The cameras captured nothing unusual. After 3 weeks without incident, the daycare reopened, though with heightened security measures and additional staff. The case of the rearranged toys at Little Wonder's daycare remains officially unsolved. Some believe it was an elaborate prank by local teenagers who somehow found a way to bypass the security system. Others point to former employee Jacob Wells, who had been fired 6 months earlier for showing up to work intoxicated, though no evidence ever connected him to the incidents. But the children who attend Little Wonders still sometimes mention Thomas, the boy who lives in the walls and comes out to play when no one is watching. And sometimes, though no one will admit it aloud, the staff members feel like they're being observed by unseen eyes during the quiet moments of the day. Meredith Caldwell still opens the daycare each morning, arriving before anyone else. She still does a careful walkthrough of every room, and though she doesn't tell the others, she always checks the position of Penny the doll, making sure she's exactly where she should be, in her small wicker chair in the reading nook, button eyes staring straight ahead, waiting. Crime 6, at first it looked like water damage, slow bulges forming in the plaster, but when they shined a flashlight on it, the bulges expanded and contracted like lungs. Then came the sound, a low inhale, steady and wet. No one stayed in the house after that night. The Robinson family had lived in Lakewood, Nebraska for 17 years. Martha and Richard had raised their 2 children in the modest 2-story home on Sycamore Street. Their daughter, Eliza, had moved to Boston for college 3 years earlier, while their son, Nathan, had just started his senior year of high school. The house was ordinary in every way, white siding with navy blue shutters, a small front yard with a birch tree, and a back porch where Martha would drink her morning coffee. Nothing extraordinary ever happened in this neighborhood, where the most exciting event was usually the annual block party in July. Martha had been the one to notice the first signs. In late September of 2018, she mentioned to Richard that the ceiling in the upstairs hallway seemed discolored. Richard, who worked long hours at his insurance firm, dismissed it as probable water damage from the heavy rains they'd had that month. He promised to look at it on the weekend, but as with many household tasks, it slipped his mind. By early October, the discoloration had grown. What started as a faint yellowish tint had darkened and begun to sag slightly. Martha called a plumber, suspecting a leaky pipe above, but the inspection found nothing unusual. No pipes ran through that section of the ceiling. The plumber suggested it might be from the roof, though he couldn't pinpoint an entry point for water. "Houses settle," he told Martha with a shrug. "Sometimes old drywall just gives out." The Robinson home was only 23 years old, not exactly ancient, but Martha accepted the explanation, planning to have it repaired once they figured out the cause. She placed a small plastic tub beneath the spot, just in case it dripped. The discoloration continued to spread throughout October, and the sagging became more pronounced. What was strangest was how the color would sometimes appear lighter, almost normal, only to darken again by evening. Nathan began avoiding the hallway, claiming there was a musty smell that made him uneasy. Martha noticed it too, not quite mold, but something earthy and organic. On October 29th, Richard finally climbed into the attic to investigate. The space above the hallway revealed no obvious issues. The insulation was dry, and there were no signs of animal intrusion or structural damage. Yet when he pressed his hand against the floor of the attic, directly above the discolored ceiling, he felt an unusual warmth and what he later described to detectives as a slight give, like pressing on a balloon filled with water. The incident that changed everything occurred on Halloween night. Nathan had gone to a friend's party, and Martha and Richard were watching television downstairs when they heard a sound from above, a soft, rhythmic thumping. Richard went to investigate, flashlight in hand. In the hallway, Richard pointed the beam at the ceiling and froze. Later, he would struggle to find the words to describe what he saw to the police. The bulges in the ceiling, now more pronounced than ever, seemed to be moving, expanding and contracting, not rapidly but slowly, methodically, like breathing. He called Martha upstairs. They both stood there, flashlight aimed upward, watching in disbelief as the ceiling appeared to inhale and exhale. And then they heard it, a wet, rattling sound that coincided with the movements. They left the house immediately, calling 911 from their car parked across the street. The responding officers were skeptical but professional. They entered the home with flashlights and cameras. The body cam footage from Officer Teresa Lampley would later become one of the most viewed pieces of evidence in the case, showing her slow ascent up the stairs, the beam of light revealing the undulating ceiling, and capturing her startled gasp when the breathing sound became audible on the recording. What they discovered that night transformed a strange household anomaly into one of the most disturbing crime scenes in Nebraska's recent history. The ceiling contained human remains, not a complete body, but a carefully preserved collection of organs, primarily lungs, embedded in the space between the attic floor and the hallway ceiling. The organs had been surgically removed, wrapped in specialized preservation material, and connected to a crude mechanical system that simulated breathing movements. The The soft thumping sound was from a small motor that powered the macabre display. The investigation revealed that the previous owners of the home, a couple named Edward and Louise Mercer, had sold the house to the Robinsons 17 years earlier and moved to Arizona. Edward had been a surgical technician at Lakewood Memorial Hospital until 2001, when he abruptly resigned. Louise had worked as an art teacher at the local high school. Police located Edward Mercer in Phoenix, living alone following Louise's death from cancer in 2013. When confronted, he initially denied any knowledge of the hidden remains. However, after 12 hours of questioning, he confessed to installing what he called his masterpiece in the ceiling before selling the house. It was supposed to be dormant, he told detectives. The preservation system was designed to last for years without maintenance, but I always knew someday it would wake up. Art requires an audience. The investigation uncovered that between 1995 and 2001, 7 patients had died unexpectedly at Lakewood Memorial during surgeries where Edward Mercer was present. In each case, the cause was attributed to surgical complications. The subsequent autopsies revealed that each body was missing certain organs, primarily lungs, but also in some cases hearts, kidneys, or sections of intestine. These discrepancies had never been flagged because Edward had been responsible for preparing the bodies for the medical examiner. In Edward and Louise's Phoenix home, police discovered sketches and journals detailing his vision for what he called living architecture, the integration of preserved human tissue into household structures. The journals revealed that Louise had been an unwilling participant, threatened into silence and complicity. After her death from cancer, Edward had apparently stopped his activities, perhaps lacking the artistic collaborator he needed. The organs in the Robinson home were never conclusively identified, though DNA analysis suggested they came from at least 3 different individuals. The mechanical apparatus that created the breathing effect had been designed to activate after a certain period of dormancy, approximately 15 to 20 years. The discoloration Martha had noticed was caused by the preservation fluid beginning to seep through as the containers degraded. What haunted Martha most in the aftermath wasn't just the horror of what had been hidden above them for years, but the realization that Nathan's bedroom shared a wall with that hallway. For his entire childhood, he had slept inches away from this grotesque installation. She couldn't help but wonder if, on quiet nights, he had heard the faint sounds of breathing without recognizing them for what they truly were. The Robinsons never returned to the house on Sycamore Street. The property remained empty for years, becoming the subject of local legends and the occasional trespassing teenager seeking thrills. Eventually, the county condemned the structure and demolished it, replacing it with a small memorial garden for the victims of Edward Mercer. Edward Mercer was charged with multiple counts of abuse of a corpse, desecration of human remains, and second-degree murder for 2 of the hospital deaths where evidence directly tied him to deliberate actions leading to the patient's demise. He was sentenced to life without parole at Nebraska State Penitentiary. During his sentencing hearing, when asked if he had anything to say to the families of his victims or to the Robinsons, Edward Mercer simply smiled and said they were part of something transcendent, something that lived beyond them. How many can say that? Martha Robinson still has nightmares about the ceiling. In them, she's alone in the house, standing in that upstairs hallway. The bulges in the plaster have grown larger, moving more forcefully. And in these dreams, the ceiling finally breaks open, revealing not organs or machinery, but faces, dozens of them, all inhaling and exhaling in perfect unison, reaching toward her with pale, fluid-covered hands. She wakes from these dreams gasping for air, feeling as though her own lungs are constricted. Richard holds her until her breathing steadies. They never speak about what was found in their home of 17 years, but sometimes in new houses or hotel rooms, they both find themselves staring up at the ceilings, watching intently for any sign of movement. The case of Edward Mercer has since been studied in criminology classes across the country as an example of how killers can hide in plain sight for decades. The hospital where he worked implemented stricter protocols for tracking surgical specimens and monitoring staff behavior patterns. The medical examiner's office that failed to notice the missing organs underwent a complete personnel change and procedural overhaul. But for the residents of Lakewood, Nebraska, the legacy of the breathing ceiling lives on in cautious glances upward, in the way parents check their children's rooms at night, and in the collective understanding that sometimes the most ordinary houses on the most ordinary streets can contain unimaginable horrors quietly waiting to be discovered. Crime 7. While repainting the hallway, a tenant noticed a new door, plain wood, no knob. He swore it hadn't been there the day before. When they pried it open, they found a tiny room with walls covered in writing. The same sentence over and over again, "Don't pretend you forgot me." Marcus Henley had lived in the Riverside Apartments for almost 6 years. A quiet man in his mid-30s, he worked as a graphic designer from his modest one-bedroom unit on the 3rd floor of the converted textile factory. The building itself was over 100 years old, with exposed brick walls and wooden support beams that creaked when the wind blew hard across the Connecticut River in Middletown, Connecticut. In November of 2017, Marcus decided to repaint the hallway leading to his bathroom. The previous tenant had chosen a dark burgundy that made the narrow passage feel even smaller than it was. He'd been putting off the project for years, but finally purchased supplies one cold Saturday morning: primer, brushes, painter's tape, and a soft eggshell white that would brighten the space. Working methodically, Marcus moved the small hallway table aside and began applying tape along the baseboards. That's when he noticed something odd, a seam in the wall he'd never seen before. At first he thought it might be settling in the old building, perhaps a crack forming in the plaster. But as he ran his fingers along it, he realized it formed a perfect rectangle, about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. "That's weird," he told investigators later. "I must have walked past that spot thousands of times, but I never noticed any door." Marcus called the building superintendent, Ray Holloway, who had managed the property for over a decade. Ray arrived an hour later, equally perplexed. "There's no room on the blueprints that would be behind there," Ray explained, consulting his tablet with the building plans. "This should just be the exterior wall." But the seam was undeniable. With Marcus's permission, Ray brought a pry bar from his truck and carefully worked at the edges of what was now clearly a sealed doorway. The plaster cracked easily, revealing a plain wooden door with no knob or handle, just a flat surface that blended almost seamlessly with the wall when closed. "This doesn't make sense," Ray muttered, working the pry bar into the gap. "The building's been renovated 3 times since the 90s. Someone would have noted this." When the door finally gave way, both men stood in stunned silence. Behind it was a tiny room, no bigger than a closet, windowless and illuminated only by the light spilling in from the hallway. The walls were covered with writing, the same phrase repeated hundreds, perhaps thousands of times in what appeared to be black marker: "Don't pretend you forgot me." The writing varied in size and pressure, some words barely visible, others pressed so hard into the wall that the marker had torn through the drywall in places. In the center of the room sat a small wooden chair, and beside it, a collection of empty water bottles and food wrappers. "Call the police," Ray said quietly. "Now." Detective Elaine Mercer arrived 30 minutes later with her partner, Detective Thomas Webb. As the lead investigator for the Middletown Police Department's Major Crimes Division, Mercer had seen her share of disturbing scenes, but this one struck her as particularly unsettling. "The room shouldn't have existed," she later explained in an interview. "According to every blueprint and renovation record, that exterior wall was solid. There was no space for a room." Forensics teams documented everything: the writing, the chair, the trash. They tested for fingerprints and collected hair samples found on the floor. The early analysis suggested that someone had occupied the space recently, perhaps within the past few weeks. Marcus couldn't sleep that night. He stayed with a friend, unwilling to remain in his apartment with the mysterious room just feet from his bedroom. His mind kept returning to the writing on the walls. "Don't pretend you forgot me." As the investigation unfolded, details emerged that only deepened the mystery. First, the handwriting analysis suggested that the messages were written by at least 3 different people over what appeared to be an extended period of time. Some of the marker had faded significantly, while other writings seemed fresh. Then came the discovery that truly shook the community. When investigators removed sections of the drywall to check for additional evidence, they found older layers beneath, more writing, spanning what appeared to be decades, all with variations of the same message. "Remember me. I know you can hear me. Stop pretending I'm not here." The oldest layer, written directly on the brick of the original factory wall, dated back to the 1970s based on the type of paint used. Detective Mercer began researching the building's history. The Riverside Textile Factory had closed in 1968 after nearly 60 years of operation. It sat vacant until 1976 when a developer purchased it for conversion into apartments. The first residents moved in by 1978. "We identified 3 former residents who went missing between 1980 and 2015, Mercer explained. All lived in apartments on the 3rd floor, though not necessarily in Marcus's unit. The first, Sandra Klein, disappeared in 1982 at age 22. Her roommate reported that Sandra had been complaining about noises in the walls for weeks before she vanished. Police at the time found no evidence of foul play and eventually closed the case as a voluntary disappearance. In 1997, another resident, Michael Torres, aged 34, similarly vanished. His keys, wallet, and phone were found in his apartment. Friends reported that he had become increasingly paranoid in the weeks before his disappearance, insisting that someone was living in the walls of the building. The most recent case was from 2015, when 28-year-old Amber Washington failed to show up for work for 3 days. Her apartment showed no signs of struggle, but her journal, found by investigators, contained concerning entries about feeling watched and hearing scratching sounds from inside her bathroom wall. DNA testing on the hair samples from the hidden room revealed partial matches to both Michael Torres and Amber Washington. The investigation quickly escalated to involve the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. The working theory is that someone or multiple individuals had knowledge of access points to spaces between walls or unused maintenance areas in the building, said FBI agent Caroline Hayes. These spaces may have been used to observe or even interact with residents over a period of many years. The management company that owned Riverside Apartments hired structural engineers to examine the entire building. What they found was disturbing. The original factory design included several narrow maintenance passages and ventilation shafts that had been improperly sealed during renovations. Some of these spaces connected multiple apartments and floors. In April 2018, 5 months after Marcus discovered the hidden room, construction workers renovating a basement storage area found human remains concealed within a wall cavity. Dental records identified them as belonging to Sandra Klein, the woman who disappeared in 1982. 2 weeks later, additional remains were discovered in a crawl space between the second and third floors. DNA testing confirmed they belonged to Michael Torres. Amber Washington remains missing. The investigation focused on current and former maintenance workers who would have had knowledge of the building's hidden spaces. Particular attention centered on a former superintendent, Gerald Finch, who worked at Riverside from 1979 to 2001. Finch had died in 2012, but interviews with former colleagues revealed disturbing information. Jerry was obsessed with that building, said a former coworker. He knew every inch of it. He'd sometimes talk about how he could move through the whole place without anyone seeing him. Another former employee recalled finding Finch in unusual places. Once I came in early and found him sitting in an empty apartment, just staring at the wall. When I asked what he was doing, he said he was listening to the building breathe. Police discovered that Finch had maintained a detailed journal of building residents, including personal information about their schedules, habits, and conversations he had overheard. The journal was found among his possessions after his death, but had been overlooked until the investigation connected him to Riverside. Though Finch became the primary suspect in the disappearances of Klein and Torres, investigators couldn't explain how the hidden room in Marcus's apartment continued to be used years after Finch's death, or who might be responsible for Amber Washington's disappearance. The most disturbing possibility, Detective Mercer admitted, is that Finch may have shared his knowledge of the building's secret spaces with someone else, someone who continued his pattern of behavior. The Riverside Apartments were condemned in late 2018. Most residents had already moved out after news of the discoveries became public. Marcus Henley relocated to another state entirely. In interviews, he admits he still checks behind his furniture occasionally, running his fingers along the walls, looking for seams that shouldn't be there. The building stands empty now, scheduled for demolition, but the investigation remains open. Somewhere, perhaps, Amber Washington is still alive, or perhaps the answers lie hidden in other walls, in other rooms that weren't there yesterday. The final, unsettling detail came from Marcus's last interview with Detective Mercer before he moved away. "The night before I found that door," he said, "I dreamt someone was standing in my hallway watching me sleep. In the dream, they whispered, 'Don't pretend you don't see me.' When I woke up, I decided it was finally time to repaint that hallway." He paused, then added, "Sometimes I wonder if I would have ever noticed the door if I hadn't decided to paint that day. And then I wonder, how many other doors are out there that no one has found yet?" Crime 8, the thrift store camera, was dusty, the battery dead, but inside the cassette slot already inserted was a labeled tape, "Play Me." What played back was footage of someone filming a sleeping person from across the room, zooming in slowly on their mouth, then silence and a whisper, "Closer now." Rachel Caldwell had always been drawn to vintage items. At 27, she filled her small Portland apartment with carefully curated second-hand treasures. Every Saturday morning, rain or shine, she would visit the local thrift stores, searching for hidden gems among the discarded belongings of strangers. April 14th, 2018 seemed like any other Saturday. The Pacific Northwest rain tapped gently against the windows of Goodwill on Burnside Street as Rachel browsed through shelves of electronics. A JVC camcorder from the early 2000s caught her eye, outdated technology, yet charmingly nostalgic. The price tag read $15.99. On impulse, she bought it, thinking it might be fun to digitize some old family videos her mother had stored in the attic. At home, Rachel placed the camera on her coffee table and went about her day. It wasn't until that evening, while sipping chamomile tea and listening to the persistent rain, that she decided to examine her purchase more carefully. The camera felt heavier than expected. When she popped open the cassette compartment, she was surprised to find a mini DV tape already inside. Handwritten in black marker across the white label were two simple words: "Play me." Rachel paused. Something about the message felt uncomfortably intimate, as though she had intercepted a private communication. She considered throwing the tape away. Instead, curiosity prevailed. She found a charger that fit the camera, waited for the battery to gain enough power, and pressed play. Static filled her television screen, then cleared to reveal a dimly lit bedroom. The footage was grainy, the timestamp in the corner reading 2:37 a.m. March 3, 2017. The camera panned slowly across an unfamiliar bedroom to focus on a person sleeping soundly under blue bed sheets. Whoever held the camera was standing in the doorway, their breathing audible in the recording. For nearly 3 minutes, nothing happened except the slight rise and fall of the sleeper's chest. Then the camera began to move. Slowly, the unseen videographer crept closer to the bed. The sleeping figure, Rachel couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, remained motionless as the camera zoomed in on their partially open mouth. The breathing behind the camera grew deeper, more deliberate. Then came the whisper, so close to the microphone that it felt like it was being spoken directly into Rachel's ear. "Closer now." The screen went black. Rachel sat motionless on her couch, the empty teacup cold in her hands. Outside, the rain had stopped. She rewound the tape and watched it again, scrutinizing every detail. The room contained few distinctive features: a dresser, a bedside lamp, a framed poster on the wall that she couldn't quite make out. The sleeping person's face remained mostly obscured by shadow and the camera angle. There was something methodical about the recording, as though the person behind the camera had done this before. The next morning, Rachel called the Goodwill store to ask about the camera's origin. The manager, sounding distracted, explained that they received hundreds of donations daily and kept no records of individual items. Whoever had donated the camera remained anonymous. Against her better judgment, Rachel didn't take the tape to the police immediately. Something about the footage, disturbing yet not explicitly criminal, made her hesitate. Instead, she uploaded a still frame from the video to a local Reddit community, asking if anyone recognized the bedroom. 3 days later, a user named Blue Jay Watcher sent her a private message. "Where did you get this? That's my cousin's apartment on Division Street." Rachel arranged to meet Blue Jay Watcher, whose real name was Michael Keene, at a coffee shop downtown. Michael was 34, with tired eyes and a nervous habit of tapping his fingers against his coffee mug. His cousin, he explained, was named Thomas Reeves, a software developer who had moved to Seattle 6 months ago. "That's definitely his old bedroom," Michael confirmed, studying the image on Rachel's phone. "That poster on the wall is from some indie band he followed. But this is weird. Tom lived alone. who would be recording him sleeping. Rachel showed Michael the full video. His face paled as the whispered "closer now" played through her earbuds. Tom started acting strange about a year before he moved, Michael said quietly. Became paranoid, installed extra locks on his doors and windows. He told us he felt like he was being watched, but everyone thought he was just working too hard. Together, they decided to contact Thomas. Michael called his number, but it went straight to voicemail. He sent a text explaining the situation. Hours passed with no response. By evening, concern had evolved into genuine worry. Rachel, now feeling responsible for whatever unfolding mystery she had stumbled upon, agreed to accompany Michael to Thomas's former apartment building on Division Street. The current tenant, a young woman named Kelsey, was understandably wary when strangers knocked on her door asking about the previous occupant. But when Michael mentioned his cousin's name, Kelsey's expression changed. "The police came by asking about him too, about a month ago," she said, leaning against her door frame. "They wouldn't tell me why." Rachel and Michael exchanged glances. This was the first mention of police involvement. At the Central Precinct, Detective Andrea Martinez listened to their story with a neutral expression that revealed nothing. She took notes as Rachel explained finding the tape and showed her the footage on the camera's small screen. "We've been looking for Thomas Reeves for 3 months," Detective Martinez finally admitted. His employer reported him missing after he failed to show up for work for a week. His car was found at a trailhead near Mount Hood, but there was no sign of him on any of the trails. "Did he have any enemies?" Rachel asked. "Anyone who might want to watch him?" Detective Martinez's pen stopped moving. "Why do you ask?" "Just the tape, it feels predatory." Mr. Reeves filed 3 separate complaints about stalking in the months before his disappearance. He reported finding small objects in his apartment moved between when he left for work and when he returned. A coffee mug placed differently, his toothbrush wet when he hadn't used it, but there was never any sign of forced entry and no fingerprints except his own. Detective Martinez confiscated the camera and tape as potential evidence, though she seemed skeptical about their connection to Thomas's disappearance. She promised to call if there were any developments. 2 weeks passed. Rachel found herself checking news reports daily for any mention of Thomas Reeves. She jumped whenever her phone rang. Sleep became elusive, her mind replaying that whispered "closer now" in the darkness of her bedroom. Then Michael called. His voice trembled as he spoke. "The police found something. They want us to come in." At the precinct, Detective Martinez looked grim. She led them to a small conference room where a laptop was set up. "We obtained a warrant to search cloud storage accounts associated with Thomas Reeves," she explained. There were dozens of video files, all with the same naming convention, dates followed by sleep. She played one of the videos. It showed Thomas Reeves sleeping in his bed, the footage nearly identical to what Rachel had found on her thrift store camera. But this was filmed from a different angle, from inside a closet, the door cracked just enough for the lens to peer through. Thomas was recording himself sleeping, Detective Martinez said. Apparently he was trying to prove someone was entering his apartment at night. Most videos show nothing, just him sleeping for hours, but then there's this one. She opened a file labeled 30317 sleep. The video began normally, Thomas asleep in his bed, the room still. At 2:36 a.m., almost imperceptibly, the closet door opened wider. A shadowy figure emerged and stood watching Thomas. Then the figure raised something to their face, a camera. For minutes they filmed Thomas sleeping, eventually moving closer to his bed. Rachel felt her skin crawl as she recognized the exact footage she had watched on her thrift store camera, but now from the opposite perspective. They were seeing the stalker's view in Thomas's recording, while she had found the stalker's own footage. We believe Thomas discovered someone was breaking into his apartment at night and began recording to catch them, Detective Martinez explained. But somehow the intruder discovered his camera and began creating their own recordings. But who would do that? Michael asked, his voice barely above a whisper. And where is Thomas now? The detective closed the laptop. We don't know, but we found something else in his cloud storage, a document with addresses. One of them was for that Goodwill store on Burnside. Rachel's breath caught. You think Thomas donated the camera deliberately, like he was leaving breadcrumbs? Possibly. We're checking the other addresses now. Detective Martinez hesitated before continuing. There's one more thing. The last entry in Thomas's digital calendar, dated one day before his car was found at Mount Hood, simply reads, "It's been them all along, closer now." 3 months later, hikers discovered human remains in a remote area of Mount Hood National Forest. Dental records confirmed they belonged to Thomas Reeves. The medical examiner determined he had died from exposure, likely after becoming disoriented on an unmarked trail. But questions lingered. Why had Thomas gone hiking alone in poor weather? Why had he left his phone in his car? And who had been entering his apartment at night? The most disturbing development came when police searched the apartment of Thomas's next-door neighbor, Alina Walsh, after she was reported missing by her employer. They found a hidden room containing dozens of labeled mini-DV tapes and a journal detailing her nighttime visits to neighboring apartments. She had master keys to the entire building. She worked maintenance part-time. Alina remains missing to this day. The case of Thomas Reeves was officially closed as an accidental death, though Detective Martinez kept a copy of the Play Me tape in her desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night when the precinct was quiet, she would watch it again, listening for clues in that whispered "closer now." And Rachel Caldwell, she moved from her apartment to a house in the suburbs. She installed a security system with cameras, and she never again visits thrift stores on rainy Saturday mornings. Crime 9, the apartment was spotless except for the bathroom sink. Inside it, submerged in pink water, were dozens of human teeth. No blood, no roots, just smooth enamel, worn and sorted by size. In the drain trap, investigators pulled out a note. They don't need them where they're going. Detective Sarah Collins had been with the Portland Police Department for 17 years, but nothing quite prepared her for what she encountered in apartment 412 of the Westfield Heights complex that overcast Tuesday morning in late October. The call had come in as a wellness check, a woman concerned about her brother who hadn't been answering his phone for 3 days. Not unusual in most circumstances, except Matthew Harmon never missed his daily call to their mother, who was in assisted living with early-stage dementia. Matthew was 34 years old, a dental hygienist at Bridgeview Dental Associates. He lived alone in the modest one-bedroom apartment he'd rented for the past 6 years. His colleagues described him as punctual, meticulous, and private. He kept his workspace immaculate and rarely shared details about his personal life. One coworker mentioned that Matthew collected vintage dental instruments, a hobby that seemed fitting given his profession. He wasn't the type to just disappear, his sister Elaine told Detective Collins, her voice trembling slightly as they stood in the hallway outside his apartment. Matt's reliable to a fault. Even if he was sick, he'd text me. When the building manager unlocked the door, everything appeared normal at first glance. The living room furniture was perfectly arranged, almost staged, with magazines fanned precisely on the coffee table. The kitchen counters gleamed, not a single dirty dish in sight. The bed was made with hospital corners, and a row of identical white shirts hung in the closet, each exactly 1 inch apart. It was the bathroom that broke the pattern of orderliness, though not in the way one might expect. There was no sign of struggle, no blood spatter on the walls, no overturned products. Instead, there was just the sink, filled with that pale pink water and those teeth, at least 40 of them, Detective Collins would later estimate, arranged in concentric circles. Adult teeth, some with visible wear patterns, all of them clean, as though they had been professionally extracted and sterilized. Matthew Harmon was nowhere to be found. The forensics team arrived within the hour. As they photographed and collected the teeth, Detective Collins interviewed neighbors. No one had heard anything unusual. No one had seen Matthew for several days, but that wasn't unusual either. "He's a quiet one," said Mrs. Delacroix from apartment 410. "Always nods politely in the hallway, but doesn't stop to chat." Only one neighbor, a college student named Tyler Jensen from the apartment directly below, offered anything noteworthy. "About 4 nights ago, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved around up there. Not loud, just persistent, like someone rearranging things over and over. It went on for maybe an hour, then stopped." Detective Collins made a note of it. What time was this? "Late, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. I remember because I was up studying for midterms." The preliminary report from forensics came back the next day. The teeth were human, from multiple individuals, and showed no traces of DNA on their surfaces. They had been thoroughly cleaned and possibly bleached. The pink tint in the water came from a common denture cleaning solution. Matthew's car was still in his assigned parking spot. His cell phone hadn't been used since Sunday evening when he ordered takeout from a local Thai restaurant. The delivery driver confirmed dropping off the food around 7:15 p.m. Matthew had tipped well, as usual, and didn't seem distressed. A search of his work computer revealed nothing unusual, though a colleague mentioned that Matthew had been spending extra time in the records room over the past few months. I asked him once what he was looking for, and he just said he was updating some old files. Nothing seemed off about it at the time. It was when Detective Collins interviewed Dr. William Frost, the owner of Bridgeview Dental Associates, that the first real lead emerged. Dr. Frost, a man in his early 60s with silver hair and steady hands, seemed genuinely shocked by Matthew's disappearance. "Matthew is an exemplary employee," he said, continuously using the present tense. "Patients love him, well, as much as anyone can love their dental hygienist." He chuckled nervously. When asked about the teeth found in Matthew's sink, Dr. Frost's demeanor changed subtly. "That's disturbing. We do keep extracted teeth sometimes for educational purposes, but they're properly disposed of after use." "Could Matthew have access to these educational specimens?" Detective Collins asked. Dr. Frost hesitated. "Yes, but there wouldn't be that many, and they'd be logged." A check of the dental office's records showed no discrepancies in their specimen logs. But when Collins asked to see records of patient extractions over the past year, Dr. Frost became visibly uncomfortable. "I'd need to consult with our legal team before sharing that information." Detective Collins returned with a warrant the next day. What she found sent a chill through her. Over the past 18 months, there had been 16 patients who had all their teeth extracted at Bridgeview, all of them elderly, all of them with advanced dementia, all of them from the same 3 nursing homes in the area. And Matthew Harmon had assisted in each procedure. Furthermore, while checking the scheduling system, Collins discovered something odd. There were appointment slots blocked off under Matthew's name, but with no patient assigned, always at the end of the day, always on Fridays, typically once every few weeks. When confronted with this information, Dr. Frost's professional composure cracked. I wasn't aware of this," he stammered, scrolling through the appointment logs. "These blocks shouldn't be here." The investigation expanded. Detectives visited the nursing homes, speaking with staff and reviewing medical files. The patients in question had legitimate dental needs, and proper consent forms had been signed by their legal guardians. On paper, everything looked above board. But when Detective Collins interviewed the night nurse at Pine Haven Assisted Living, where Matthew's own mother resided, another piece fell into place. "Matthew visits his mother every Wednesday and Sunday like clockwork," said Nurse Patel. "Very devoted son. Always brings her those sugar-free candies she likes. Spends hours just sitting with her, even though she rarely recognizes him anymore." "Has he ever interacted with other patients?" Collins asked. "Oh yes, he's very friendly. The residents love him. He'll often sit and chat with them while waiting for his mother to finish her dinner, especially the ones who don't get many visitors themselves." A search of Matthew's apartment revealed a hidden compartment in his closet wall. Inside was a leather-bound journal filled with meticulous entries, names, dates, details of conversations. The most frequent entries concerned elderly patients with no family, those whose deteriorating mental state made them unreliable witnesses to their own experiences. "Mrs. Alina Wilson told me about her childhood in Maine today," one entry read. "She described the taste of fresh blueberries so vividly I could almost taste them myself. Tomorrow she'll forget she told me. Next week she won't remember who I am. Next month she'll struggle to recall her own name. Is memory in the mind or in the mouth? Where do the words go when they can no longer be formed?" Another entry dated 3 months prior. "Mr. Johnson had his extractions today. 17 teeth. He won't need them where he's going. No one speaks in the final darkness." The last entry was from Sunday night. "The collection is complete. 32 perfect specimens, one for each space in the human mouth. Tonight, I begin the transition." 7 days after Matthew Harmon was reported missing, security footage from Portland International Airport showed a man resembling him boarding a flight to Caracas, Venezuela. The man used a passport under the name Thomas Mercer, but the grainy image showed someone with Matthew's build and gait, though with a full beard and glasses. The case remained active but grew cold over subsequent months. The teeth found in Matthew's sink were eventually matched to 14 different individuals, all deceased patients from the nursing homes where he had made connections. None of the bodies showed signs of post-mortem tampering. The extractions had all been performed legally while the patients were alive. 1 year later, Elaine received a package from an unmarked sender. Inside was a small wooden box containing a single tooth, her brother's wisdom tooth that had been extracted when he was 16. Attached was a note that read, "Memory lives in strange places. Some of us leave behind more than others." Detective Collins added the note to the case file, another enigmatic piece in the puzzle of Matthew Harmon. Sometimes, late at night when she couldn't sleep, she would review the case, wondering about the man who collected teeth from those who no longer needed them, who disappeared as methodically as he had lived, leaving behind only the ghostly enamel echoes of forgotten lives. In Portland, whenever it rains, which is often, some still say they can hear the faint sound of dental tools scraping against bone, especially near the now vacant apartment 412, where the sink once held a constellation of human teeth, arranged like stars in a universe only Matthew Harmon could comprehend. Story 10: The Whispering House. She desired to refresh the nursery before the new arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a color holding secrets of times long past within its worn layers. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden surprise emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, gradually sharpening into legibility. A message etched below the surface. "Don't let it hear you," her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, her gaze fell upon them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child's reach. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what investigators would later term the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home just months prior, lured by an unbelievably low price. The real estate agent had mentioned only minor cosmetic issues, neglecting to disclose the property's shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein rang the doorbell, notebook clutched in hand. A woman answered, her swollen belly protruding beneath paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles encircled her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the eerie discovery of the message and handprints. The previous owners vanished overnight, the woman disclosed. Neighbors claimed they departed in haste, with no moving truck, only essentials packed in their car. Walking through the historic home, Detective Klein's steps echoed on aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall. The cryptic message still lingered where the paint job had been abruptly abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder level. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 3 decades, a remarkably high turnover rate. Each family had resided for less than 2 years. More perturbing were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched while they slept. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction records and historical accounts. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no offspring who had run a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had vanished from her care. Authorities of the time speculated they had run away, a common fate for orphans in that era. When Eleanor passed away, workers renovating the house stumbled upon a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside, they discovered children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no remains. The case went cold, consigned to dusty archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling pattern. Every family with children reported uncanny incidents, toys rearranged overnight, echoes of childish laughter in empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as mere imagination until the right thing surfaced. The message varied slightly in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. The same handwriting, always unveiled during nursery repaints. A forensic linguist scrutinized photographs of the writing, affirming its match to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement across decades, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a macabre turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each child-sized. Workers breached the concrete, unveiling a grim revelation: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had perished during Aliner's tenure in the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans believed to have absconded. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had endeavored to escape. Aliner's journals, salvaged from county archives, exposed her twisted rationale. She believed orphaned children possessed a unique spiritual essence. By confining them in the hidden room, she aimed to harness their vitality to prolong her own life. The children had etched their warnings into the wall with makeshift tools, hoping future occupants would uncover their tragic fate. The case concluded with the proper interment of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as casualties of murder. The house remained deserted thereafter, the expectant couple declining to return even for their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, featuring photographs of the luminol-illuminated handprints and the hidden message. She noted that while justice had been meted out for the original victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in that house, something persisting to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were raised during remediation, yet laborers reported hearing children's whispers emanating from the debris. None dared return after their shift ended. The house was ultimately condemned, becoming another cold case file in a forgotten cabinet, a tangible closure, yet spiritual queries destined to remain unanswered. The detective retained one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints aglow in the darkness, a haunting reminder that certain transgressions leave indelible marks that no fresh coat of paint can conceal. Story 11. In the quiet stillness of the night, a tale unfolds within the walls of a Victorian-era home. Michael and Sarah Klein, the unsuspecting new tenants, found themselves drawn into a mystery that whispered through the peeling layers of wallpaper. As they delicately stripped away the worn paper, a hidden narrative began to emerge. Inked in a frenzy of repetition, a single name adorned the wall: Aliner Winters. Each stroke of the pen told a story of desperation, of a soul trapped within the confines of the old house. This name, unfamiliar and haunting, led the couple down a rabbit hole of discovery. A name that did not belong to the previous owners, a name absent from any official records. Their search online unearthed a chilling connection, a missing persons case from decades past, with a face that mirrored the woman who had sold them the house. The layers of time peeled away like the wallpaper, revealing secrets long buried beneath the surface. The charming facade of their new home crumbled to reveal a history shrouded in darkness. Sarah and Michael, initially enchanted by the character of the old residents, found themselves entangled in a web of intrigue. What began as a simple water stain in the master bedroom transformed into a journey of unraveling the past. With each layer they uncovered, a sense of unease settled upon them. Who was Aliner Winters, and why was her name etched so fervently upon the walls? The answers eluded them, pushing them further into the depths of the mystery. Their once peaceful abode now echoed with the whispers of the past, urging them to seek the truth that lay hidden within the confines of the house. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if urging them to dig deeper, to unravel the threads of a long-forgotten tale. Through sleepless nights and tireless days, they delved into the history of the house, peeling back the layers of time to reveal the truth that lay dormant for so long. The story of a leaner winters, of a life lost and a soul trapped within the confines of the old walls. As they uncovered the dark secrets hidden within, a sense of foreboding settled upon them. The truth they sought was not a simple one, but a tangled web of deceit and betrayal that spanned decades. The revelation came like a whisper in the night, a chilling truth that sent shivers down their spines. The name on the wall was not just a name, it was a key to unlocking a mystery that had haunted the house for years. And as they stood on the threshold of the past, watching as the layers of time unfurled before them, they knew that their lives would forever be intertwined with the dark secrets of the house. A place where the walls themselves whispered of a crime long buried, waiting to be brought to light. And so, as the night enveloped them in its comforting embrace, they found solace in the knowledge that the truth had been revealed, that justice had been served, and that the house would forever bear the weight of its dark history. A history that would forever be etched in the walls, a story of mystery and intrigue that would lull them to sleep, knowing that they had unraveled the secrets of the past. Story 12. The apartment had sat in silence for months, its emptiness echoing through the halls. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps a layer of dust, a few forsaken remnants of the past. Yet one door resisted their gentle nudges. A closet, its contents a mystery locked from within. The landlord, with a wary expression, finally forced the stubborn door ajar, revealing a secret that sent shivers down their spines. Inside, the walls bore witness to a harrowing tale, etched with deep, uneven scratches as if pleading for escape. And nestled in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the realm of darkness, felt a chill crawl up her spine, not from the sight of gore or violence, but from the silent cry of captivity that lingered in those marks. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every haunting detail, "and fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone whispered a chilling truth. "I know what you did." The landlord, his nervous demeanor betraying him, spoke of the previous tenant, an enigmatic young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. Quiet, kept to herself, left 6 months past, he mumbled, his gaze skirting the closet's darkness. No trouble, none at all. Forensics unraveled a web of secrets embedded in the wall's scars. Blood samples intertwined, most belonging to a single soul, presumably the vanished tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported missing by her workplace. Yet 2 other DNA signatures emerged. One remained a mystery in the databases, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This cannot be," Shaw murmured, studying the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, presumed dead in a tragic accident, now left his genetic mark on the walls of Emma's prison. Her apartment whispered of a life abruptly halted, unwashed dishes, untouched mail, a bed neatly arranged. Phone records hinted at a sudden silence in her world, punctuated by mysterious calls from an unknown number. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Reed informed Shaw. No name given, just intense and private. Surveillance footage painted a haunting picture of Emma's final moments, her entrance, followed by a shadowed figure in a baseball cap, carefully concealing his face from prying eyes. The puzzle found a missing piece in the fingerprints left on the closet's doorknob, Derek Mercer's ghostly touch. He faked his demise, Shaw concluded. But why and what tie binds him to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them to another vanished soul, Lynette Porter, missing for 3 long years. Shaw connected the dots, revealing a sinister tapestry woven by Mercer's hands. A car tied to Mercer's kin prowled near Emma's residence, its driver a mirror image of the vanished man. The trail led to a secluded property, a chamber of horrors where Lynette Porter languished, a shadow of her former self. Journals chronicling Mercer's lust for dominance, photographs of his prey, and damning footage exposed his monstrous truth. "He thought he could silence us," Lynette murmured, her eyes reflecting a void of terror. "But light always finds a way through darkness." Mercer's capture unleashed a wave of revelations, exposing a twisted mind that reveled in the agony of confinement. As the authorities closed in, Mercer clutched a ticket to oblivion, armed with tools of torment and reminders of his past atrocities. During interrogation, Mercer's calm deck cracked, revealing a dark heart devoid of remorse. "She sought her own end," he whispered of Emma's final message. "Desperation breeds deceit." The trial laid bare his elaborate charade of death, a macabre dance of deception that ensnared his victims in a web of despair. Emma's body lay unfound, her final plea etched in the glow of a dying phone. The jury's swift verdict sealed Mercer's fate, a lifetime imprisoned by his own malevolence. As Lynette faced her tormentor in court, her voice rang with defiance. "You sought to shackle us in darkness," she declared, her gaze unwavering. "But light always finds a way through shadows." The case reshaped investigative tactics, emphasizing the importance of patterns and property in missing person cases. Detective Shaw kept a memento from that fateful closet, a reminder that survival often leaves scars unseen, etched not in blood, but in the silent cries of those who fight to endure. Story 13. As she crossed the threshold, the dust danced in the still air, enveloping her in a world frozen in time. The abandoned house whispered of forgotten tales, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture holding secrets untold. Yet amidst the eerie stillness, a peculiar mystery unfolded before her. Each door she opened led her back to the same room, trapping her in a loop of endless corridors that defied logic. The only escape was the entrance she had come through, but when she turned to life, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form shifted the abandoned Victorian from a mere curiosity to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the forensic experts move silently through the murky interior like spectral whispers. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spiraled out of control, where shadows seemed to watch your every move. Now it held secrets far darker than mere myths and legends. The initial assessment suggests she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the solemn space. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her gaze fixed on the entrance as though awaiting a visitor. Her serene expression, hands folded neatly in her lap, betrayed no signs of struggle or resistance. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. "They entered, spotted her presence, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near." The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, unwanted, unsold, a forgotten relic except to those seeking thrills in its shadowed halls. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, possessed a meticulous nature, an unyielding ambition, and a fascination with spaces that defied conventional norms. The abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting its visitors, beckoned to her like a siren's call. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned exploring the house where wanderers are lost for her research. The subsequent investigation uncovered Morgan's repeated visits to the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled strange acoustics, unexpected chills, and doors that defied logic by leading to different rooms with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she dubbed spatial anomalies. Yet this equipment remained conspicuously absent. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged. Traces of a rare alkaloid lingered in Morgan's system, a substance derived from a plant linked to shamanic rituals. While capable of inducing disorientation and vivid illusions, the quantity found was insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her partner defended during questioning. Morgan adhered rigorously to her research principles. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses intentionally. Digging into Morgan's digital footprint unearthed fragments of deleted messages on her phone. Conversations with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmatic depths. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. The house retains its memories, one message hinted. It seeks understanding. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena captivated her, evolving their professional rapport into a more intimate connection. When interrogated, Reeves appeared genuinely shaken by her passing. "The house harbors a legacy," he divulged. "The original architect wove optical deceptions and false perspectives into its design. It was crafted to bewilder and disorient." Morgan suspected a deeper truth, a reality beyond mere illusions. However, Reeves could provide an alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's death, supported by security footage showcasing him lecturing at a distant university symposium. A breakthrough materialized from an unexpected source. Aliner Blackwood's grandson, now residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he unveiled a long-concealed family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls," he disclosed. "Others met their end there, always discovered in the parlor, their countenances serene. The family dubbed it the Claiming." Furnishing investigators with decades-old journals, he outlined a pattern of deaths initially attributed to natural causes. Those who lingered within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically termed the influence. A secondary sweep of the estate exposed a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth. Within, investigators unearthed Morgan's missing tools alongside a startling discovery. A small chamber housed artifacts from various indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric formation. At its heart resided a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by generations of touch. Analysis pinpointed the figurine as an embodiment of a deity linked to liminal thresholds, gateways between realms. Traces of the alkaloid matched that found in Morgan's system. The case took a grim turn when dust patterns within the house hinted at a clandestine presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, unrelated to Morgan or any documented visitors, adorned doorknobs scattered throughout the dwelling. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Positioned like Morgan, his demeanor tranquil, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clutched in his hand lay an enigmatic key. Inexplicable within his abode, yet fitting seamlessly into the hidden enclave in the Victorian. In his final missive, preserved as a testament to his insights, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors guide you in circles, yet something convinces you otherwise. Once enlightenment dawns, departure becomes feasible, but by then departure holds no allure. The case lingers unresolved, labeled as suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian stands condemned, its access restricted by official decree. Nonetheless, whispers persist of spectral lights illuminating its chambers on certain nights, of guests who vanish without a trace. Locals debate whether the house claims those who delve too deeply into its enigmas, or if Morgan and Reeves glimpsed a primordial force existing betwixt conventional reality. The veracity remains as elusive as an escape in a dwelling where every door leads back to the inception. Story 14. The wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, beckoning her to investigate further. With a gentle touch, she uncovered a hidden world beneath her home. Dust danced in the dim light as she discovered a mattress, a chair, and a worn notebook filled with her name, written over and over. Detective Morgan Reed observed Sarah Coleman's shock as she peered into the clandestine depths below. It wasn't just a hidden room, it was a breach of security, a violation of her sanctuary. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed cautioned, her voice steady yet commanding. A flicker of her flashlight unveiled walls adorned with surveillance photos of Sarah, evidence of an unsettling obsession that had lurked beneath her feet. Sarah had acquired the cottage from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, who had passed away with no known kin. The property appeared ordinary, charming even, with no hint of the secrets it held. "I never met him," Sarah murmured. "I thought that basement was sealed off long ago." The arrival of crime scene investigators signaled the start of a grim unraveling. Photographs clicked, evidence collected, and the eerie contents of the hidden chamber unearthed. Forensic analysis revealed Walter Green's fingerprints scattered throughout, painting a timeline of his fixation on Sarah that spanned years, unbeknownst to her. The psychologist's insight shed light on Walter's escalating obsession, from mere fantasy to something more sinister. Detective Reed's inquiry took a startling turn when a former co-worker of Walter's hinted at hidden intentions. A key found in Walter's locker led to a storage unit, a replica of Sarah's former life meticulously recreated, hinting at a disturbing plan for their togetherness. Walter's history of mental health struggles unveiled a pattern of delusion that resurfaced in his fixation on Sarah. As crime scene photos lay sprawled across the table, Detective Reed contemplated the tragedy of Walter's distorted reality. In his mind, they were destined to be together, she recounted. Sarah's unease lingered, prompting her to part ways with the house tainted by Walter's chilling presence. The case closed with Walter's demise, classified as stalking with intent to abduct. Sarah relocated, vigilant of any echoes of her past ordeal. The cottage found new owners, ignorant of its haunting past. The hidden rooms sealed, the secrets buried once more. Life carried on, but for those privy to the truth, the room beneath the floor whispered of unseen perils, of monsters thwarted by fate, and of victims spared the unknown. A tale of shadows and secrets, reminding us that danger sometimes lurks closest to home, unseen yet ever lurking. Story 15. In the hushed stillness of the night, a mysterious package materialized on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a nondescript cardboard box, its surface dampened by the whisper of morning dew. The address was correct, but the name inscribed upon it was not hers. An anomaly, a puzzle meant to be left unopened. Yet the siren song of curiosity beckoned to her, tugging at her senses until she succumbed. With delicate fingers, she peeled away the tape that sealed the box, anticipating mundane contents within. Instead, nestled inside was a relic of a bygone era of VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a cryptic directive: watch alone. Sarah's gaze lingered on the enigmatic plastic rectangle resting in her hands, its weight disproportionate to its size, as if harboring secrets too heavy to bear. Tracing the worn edges of the tape, she felt the imperfections etched into the casing, each one a whisper of untold stories. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, of a message penned with fervor and trepidation, urging her to unravel the mystery concealed within. Beyond the confines of her kitchen, the suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythm: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children at play, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the tranquil morning air. Oblivious to the enigma that had found its way to her doorstep, life carried on, unaware of the secrets waiting to be unveiled. Bringing the enigmatic package indoors, Sarah placed it upon her kitchen counter, a silent sentinel amidst the familiar surroundings. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance in her world. Having resided in her home for years, she had never encountered a soul by that name. Curiosity wrestled with unease within her, casting shadows of doubt upon her resolve. Against the backdrop of nostalgia, her eyes drifted to the antiquated VCR, a relic of past memories. There was something about the tape, a magnetic pull that drew her in a mystery shrouded in the darkness of black plastic. Yielding to the lure of the unknown, Sarah slid the tape into the dormant machine, awakening a cascade of static that gradually coalesced into form. A dimly lit room materialized on the screen, bathed in the soft glow of a solitary lamp. The camera angle, askew and unsteady, captured the figure of a man seated in a wooden chair, his features obscured by shadows at first. As his voice resonated through the speakers, a chill crept down Sarah's spine. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," he intoned, his words measured yet laden with an undercurrent of urgency. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me as well." Leaning forward, the man revealed a countenance weathered by sleepless nights and unrelenting vigilance, eyes etched with shadows, stubble clinging to his jaw, a disheveled demeanor betraying a life in perpetual motion. "I am innocent," his voice trembled with conviction. "They framed me for a crime I did not commit. Catherine Walsh's murder, their hands are stained, not mine." As the truth unfurled through the lens of the camera, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entwined in a web of deception and betrayal. The tape, one of many that surfaced, bore witness to Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea for vindication, a man thrust into the spotlight of suspicion, a pawn in a game of shadows. The case of Catherine Walsh, once a straightforward narrative of murder and motive, now unfurled like a sinister tapestry woven with threads of conspiracy. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a darker truth lurking beneath the surface, a truth that threatened to shatter the facade of justice and righteousness. As Detective Ramirez delved deeper into the labyrinthine plot, she unearthed a trail of breadcrumbs left by Whitaker, a trail that led to revelations of corporate malfeasance and treachery. Catherine Walsh, a whistleblower silenced in the prime of her life, had stumbled upon a truth so potent it had cost her everything. The shadows of doubt cast long shadows over Ramirez's investigation, each piece of evidence serving as a mirror reflecting distorted truths and manufactured lies. The tendrils of corruption extended far beyond the confines of a single crime, reaching into the heart of a powerful pharmaceutical empire. Sarah Miller, an unwitting participant in this clandestine dance of shadows, received a second package bearing the weight of revelation. Documents once buried in secrecy, now lay bare before her eyes, a damning testament to the sins of those who sought to bury the truth beneath layers of deceit. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a narrative of betrayal and redemption unfolded, a tale of courage and resilience in the face of insurmountable odds. Daniel Whitaker's journey from fugitive to freedman bore witness to the fragility of truth and the resilience of the human spirit. In the quiet moments that followed, as justice prevailed and shadows receded, Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, united by a bond forged in adversity. The wrong address, a twist of fate, had led them down a path of discovery, a path lined with thorns and thistles, yet illuminated by the flickering light of truth. And so, as the VHS tapes were cataloged into evidence, a silent testament to the power of perseverance and the resilience of the human soul, Sarah and Daniel parted ways, their lives forever intertwined by a tapestry of mystery and redemption, a tapestry woven from the fabric of truth and lies, of justice and deceit. Story 16, the aged envelope bore yellowed edges, yet the stamp gleamed fresh as if just kissed by the post. With a delicate touch, the detective unfolded its contents. A solitary sheet of paper emerged, bearing a message typed in urgency, the letters uneven and rushed. "I am sorry for what I did," it read. The paper exuded a dampness that carried the faint scent of iron, a metallic whisper clinging to the air. Only upon closer inspection did Detective Sarah Morgan notice the reddish smear along the paper's edge, distinct from any ink. Carefully she secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision, a ritual honed by years of investigation. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, its DNA a match to an unsolved homicide that had long haunted the department's corridors. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body bearing the cruel marks of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop had vanished, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting that her demise might be tied to the very story she had been unraveling. Despite countless interviews and tireless hours of probing, the case had grown cold, an enigma shrouded in silence. And now this letter had found its way to the police precinct, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope whispered of a sender who had donned gloves, leaving behind only ghostly smudges. Yet the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the labyrinth of shadows. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, where the walls bore witness to the unsolved mysteries that had plagued their days and haunted their nights. She affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board, a focal point of intrigue. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room, her words a soft cadence in the stillness. "Our perpetrator carries the weight of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this journey of shadows, scrutinized the letter with a contemplative gaze. "Or perhaps it is a guise, a theatrical display to mock us," he mused, his voice a whisper in the gathering dusk. The forensics team meticulously traced the unique patterns of the typewriter to a model long vanished from production, a relic of a bygone era. Rare, yet not beyond reach, they cast their net wide, reaching out to antique purveyors and collectors across the land. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, the detectives delved into Rebecca's past, her life a tapestry of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless soul, unyielding in her quest to unearth corruption's hidden face. Her last assignment had led her down a treacherous path, delving into the affairs of a prominent family enmeshed in the web of local politics. The patriarch's recent passing had birthed a storm of discord, his heirs locked in a bitter struggle for control. In a quiet room, they revisited Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, a figure shrouded in shadows of his own. His grief had been palpable in their initial encounter, his alibi a steadfast shield. Yet as the letter cast its shadow over their conversation, subtle tremors danced in his gaze, a silent confession in the language of unspoken truths. Rebecca spoke of a specter trailing her steps, he confessed, his voice a whisper in the gathering gloom. I dismissed her fears as the paranoia of her investigations. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this new light, a second missive emerged from the shadows, bearing the same typewritten script, the same crimson stain of blood. This time the words etched upon the page wove a tale of secrets unveiled. She delved too deep into the family's mysteries, into the legacy that bound them, into the truth behind the old man's demise. I never intended for it to end this way. The tendrils of the investigation led them to the grand mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they confronted the eldest son, Richard, a man cloaked in shadows of privilege and suspicion. Among his collection of antiquities lay several vintage typewriters, relics of a forgotten era. His words, when questioned, bore the polish of practiced deceit, the veneer of falsehood thinly veiled. The breakthrough came in whispers carried on the wind, as the forensics team unveiled microscopic fibers adorning the envelopes, fibers that bore the signature of custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Alina. In her quiet admission, she spoke of Richard's request for her stationery, a simple act that unraveled a tapestry of darkness. A warrant led them to Richard's abode, where hidden chambers whispered of secrets long kept. Newspaper clippings, surveillance relics, and a vintage typewriter, its keys stained with the blood of the fallen journalist. The symphony of evidence painted a damning portrait, and in the shadows a thread unspooled, connecting Richard to Michael in a dance of deceit and betrayal. Financial trails traced back to Richard, payments made in the shadows of conspiracy. When confronted, Michael's facade crumbled, his words a cascade of guilt and regret. She unearthed the truth of Richard's hand in his father's demise, he whispered, his voice a tremor in the gathering storm. I merely relayed her findings, a pawn in a game of shadows. I never fathomed the depths of his darkness. And as the final veil fell, Alina emerged from the shadows, a silent witness bearing a recording of treachery. Her clandestine capture of Richard and Michael's pact echoed through the chamber, sealing their fate in words unspoken. She must be silenced for good, Richard's voice rang clear, a dagger in the cloak of night. In the echoes of justice, Richard's flight was halted, his wings clipped by the weight of his sins. The court of law bore witness to a tale woven of blood and betrayal, the letters, the typewriter, the whispers of deceit, all threads in a tapestry of justice. Michael's testimony, a beacon in the shadows, sealed Richard's fate, a pact of truth against a canvas of lies. In the hush of the courtroom, as the gavel fell, Richard stood condemned, his protestations a futile echo against the symphony of evidence. And as the detective approached Rebecca's kin, a silent solace passed between them, a shared breath in the tapestry of grief. The blood-stained letters lay enshrined in the vault of evidence, a testament to the shadows that linger in the wake of crimes unsolved. A reminder that even the most artful of deceptions crumble beneath the weight of truth, and that remorse, whether born of guilt or guile, can be the harbinger of justice in the realm of shadows. The tale of Rebecca Warren, a fable etched in the annals of sleuthing lore, a whisper of the past that echoes through the halls of justice, a testament to the enduring power of a typewriter's confession and the weight of guilt that shadows the steps of the fallen. Story 17. The aging apartment held its secrets within its groaning pipes and creaking floorboards. Yet the newest resident, a woman named Sarah, sensed something amiss in the rhythm of the noises echoing above her. The footsteps, distinct and deliberate, seemed to originate from a place where there should have been no one. Living on the top floor, Sarah felt a chill crawl up her spine as she pondered the mysterious source of the sounds. One fateful night, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The eerie footsteps halted abruptly, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Then, a single knock reverberated back, but this time it came from within the very structure of the ceiling itself. Sarah chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps an animal finding refuge in the attic. Despite her efforts to ignore the nightly footsteps that traversed her ceiling methodically, she resorted to drowning them out with the blaring of the television and the solace of headphones. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to address a leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a hidden passage that defied the building's known layout. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage revealed a makeshift living area with remnants of human presence: a blanket, food wrappers, water bottles, and a weathered notebook. Urgently summoned, Detective Morris and his partner delved into the discovery, greeted by the shaken workers' repeated claims of someone dwelling within the walls, watching unseen. The notebook within the crawlspace contained meticulous observations of Sarah, her routines, interactions, and peculiar symbols scrawled in haste towards the end, hinting at a disturbed mind lamenting Sarah's defiance. Forensic scrutiny unveiled fingerprints untraceable in any database, unveiling a labyrinthine network of hidden passages woven throughout the building, some dating back decades. These passages interlinked 5 different apartments, culminating in covert vantage points disguised as innocuous fixtures, all converging in Sarah's dwelling. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies, but former tenants disclosed unsettling tales of feeling surveilled or hearing inexplicable movements. The puzzle unraveled when minute blood traces in a crawlspace matched the DNA of Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished mysteriously years ago from the apartment directly beneath Sarah's. Revisiting Martin's case, Detective Morris unearthed a pattern of peculiar behavior by a former tenant named Edward, alias Edward Mercer, a reclusive figure fixated on solitude and silence. Edward's trail led to a secluded cabin, adorned with a macabre tapestry of photographs, notes, and journals detailing his twisted fixation on observing and maintaining his specimens. The cabin's chilling contents, including maps of residential structures and a corkboard chronicling missing persons reports, unveiled the extent of Edward's malevolent pursuits. Beneath the cabin's shadow lingered freshly disturbed graves, a grim testament to Edward's hidden atrocities. As Sarah's apartment was sealed off and the manhunt for Edward ensued, a new notebook emerged, ominously hinting at an undiscovered hideaway. The unsettling realization dawned on Detective Morris that Sarah's fate intertwined with a web of disappearances orchestrated by Edward across state lines. Haunted by the specter of footsteps echoing in the night, Detective Morris found himself grappling with the enigma of who else might be lurking in the shadows, listening, waiting. The unsettling silence of the night beckoned him to ponder the unspoken horrors concealed within the walls, forever entwined with the chilling legacy of Edward Mercer. Story 18. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that quiet morning, the water shimmering like liquid glass, undisturbed and serene. The lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a suitcase bobbing lightly near the shore. At first he mistook it for a discarded heap of old garments, but as he ventured closer, a noxious stench assaulted his senses, thick, sweet, and impossible to ignore. The suitcase was ensnared in chains, its corners tarnished by the elements. When authorities pried it open, they were met not by fabrics, but by strands of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and nestled at the bottom a cryptic note that whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, her demeanor shrouded in a veil of mystery, pressed a delicate handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and pallid skin now marred by the water's caress, lay silent and still. The meticulous medical examiner meticulously documented every detail before the body was tenderly removed from its watery grave. Yet what lingered most in Mercer's mind was not the brutal disposal, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been arranged, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in opulent attire. "She was not slain here," Mercer murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy banks. "She was readied, adorned." The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her dealings in luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an affluent enclave. Colleagues painted a portrait of a determined, meticulous woman with an air of secrecy. Her absence was noted when she failed to attend a crucial showing for wealthy clients, a sale that promised to be her most lucrative yet. As investigators combed through Walsh's immaculate modernist abode, a sense of unease settled upon them. Every facet of her home exuded perfection: furniture meticulously arranged, surfaces devoid of dust. The refrigerator housed meticulously ordered meals labeled by the day. Even her wardrobe boasted an array of garments arranged by hue, shoes cocooned in protective sheaths. An anomaly lurked within her home office, a slightly ajar drawer. Nestled within, a leather-bound journal awaited discovery. The final entry bore witness to her fear. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." A delve into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a curious pattern: countless messages from unknown sources, all bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," dispatched at precise intervals. Her online searches hinted at a paranoia, a quest for security systems and self-defense tools. Mercer pieced together these fragments, weaving a tapestry of dread: the meticulous care bestowed upon the victim, the chilling display. "Our perpetrator is deliberate," she confided to her partner in hushed tones. "This was no crime of passion, this was a ceremony." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. A local pawnbroker identified Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her belongings. The culprit was a face familiar to the shop owner, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker of few words. Surveillance footage unveiled his recurrent visits to Walsh's residence, sometimes laden with his maintenance gear, other times unencumbered, always during her absence, engrossed in property showings. Upon scouring Linden's unassuming dwelling, investigators unearthed the chilling gallery walls adorned with clandestine photographs of Walsh and others, all bearing a striking resemblance, all captured without consent. Some faces were marred by crimson crosses. Walsh marked the third chapter. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine, a macabre assembly of mementos, each belonging to a victim. Hair strands on a brush, lipstick-stained tissues, keys, and receipts. Accompanying each collection, a meticulous journal chronicling their lives, their idiosyncrasies, their perceived imperfections. The interrogation chamber grew frigid as Linden was escorted in. Clad in pristine attire, his voice devoid of emotion, he appeared an enigma of tranquility. Yet when confronted with the damning evidence, his facade remained unyielding. "They were flawed," he intoned, devoid of inflection. "They masqueraded as flawless, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. Her lipstick missed a mark. Her perfection was a facade." The quest for the two initial victims referenced in his note led authorities to desolate realms where two additional suitcases were salvaged. Within, women akin to Walsh, real estate mavens who touted their meticulous attention to detail. At Lyndon's trial, a haunting silence cloaked the courtroom as prosecutors unveiled the intricacies of his modus operandi. Months of clandestine observation, meticulous planning, and the twisted compulsion to perfect these women haunted the proceedings. Families of the victims bore witness in subdued sorrow as the judge pronounced a life sentence devoid of reprieve. For Detective Mercer, the case was sealed shut, yet enigmas lingered. What triggered Lyndon's fixation on these select women? What inner flaw was he striving to erase through his atrocities? Downstream, the river meandered with a tranquil cadence, its waters purged of all evidence. But within the precinct, atop Mercer's desk, lay copies of those chilling journals, a somber reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, shadows lurk. And in the realm of the ordinary, the most perilous predators may be those who dwell in plain sight, biding their time, waiting for the illusion of perfection to fracture. Story 19. The house had sat abandoned for years, a quiet sentinel on the block. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving the rooms to gather dust and memories. But when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they stumbled upon a locked bedroom, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a creak and a push, the door swung open, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air hung heavy, tinged with the musty scent of neglect, yet there was an underlying tension, a presence unseen but deeply felt. The bed stood neatly made, untouched by time's cruel hand. The mirror reflected nothing but emptiness, wiped clean of all but echoes. And there on the desk, a lone candle stood as a silent sentinel, its wax a remnant of forgotten flames. Beside it lay a notebook, its pages whispering secrets of the past. Detective Morgan, with a steady hand and a furrowed brow, leafed through the journal while the forensic team danced their careful dance, seeking answers in the shadows. The ink upon the pages belonged to Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of mystery. 26 years of life distilled into words that now danced beneath the detective's gaze. The handwriting spoke of precision, of a mind meticulous and sharp until the final entry where the ink bore the weight of fear. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words trembled on the page. "The same car, circling like a vulture. I've cried out for help, but my pleas fall on deaf ears. If fate should find me, know it was no accident." With a solemn nod, the detective sealed the notebook in an evidence bag, the echo of Elise's voice lingering in the room. A scent, faint and elusive, mingled with the dust, a hint of something darker, something hidden in the cracks of time. The landlord, a specter in the doorway, bore a haunted look, his words a whisper of disbelief. "We searched every nook before offering it up for rent," he murmured, his voice a thread of dread in the stillness. "That door should not have been locked." Elise, a paralegal wrapped in the cloak of corporate intrigue, had danced on the edge of secrets untold. Her colleagues painted a portrait of a woman consumed by shadows, chasing truths that dared not see the light of day. She lingered long after dusk, her supervisor confessed, his voice a lament for lost innocence. Whispers of discrepancies in the Westridge files, a puzzle with missing pieces that haunted her waking hours. The detective, a lone figure in a room frozen in time, found himself adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. The candle, its flame long extinguished, bore witness to the silence that enveloped the space. Beneath its muted glow, secrets lay buried, waiting to be unearthed. As the forensic team toiled, their efforts yielding scant clues, a glimmer of hope emerged from the shadows. A hidden compartment, a key to the past, unveiled a trove of revelations. Financial dealings shrouded in darkness, a web of deceit woven with threads of betrayal. The truth, a fragile thing, shimmered in the half-light, waiting to be set free. The detective's gaze, sharp and unyielding, pierced the veil of deception. A tale of corruption and greed unfurled before his eyes, a symphony of voices captured in whispers and deceit. Elise's voice, a beacon in the night, echoed through the room, her words a damning testimony to the darkness that lurked within. Justice, a shadow on the horizon, crept ever closer, its touch a balm to wounds long festering. The walls of lies crumbled, revealing the truth that had eluded so many. Elise's legacy, a testament to courage and conviction, stood tall in the face of adversity. The house, a silent witness to a drama long forgotten, stood proud in the fading light. Its walls whispered of secrets buried deep, of a young woman's fight for justice in a world veiled in shadows. And as the night descended, cloaking the world in darkness, a light flickered in the upstairs window, a beacon of hope, a promise of redemption for a soul lost to the winds of time. The mystery of the locked room, a puzzle solved but not forgotten, echoed through the corridors of memory. The house, a sanctuary for lost souls, stood as a testament to the power of truth, a reminder that justice, though delayed, would always find a way. And as the stars blinked overhead, casting their gentle light upon the earth below, the story of Elise Winters found its place in the tapestry of time, a tale of courage and resilience that would never be forgotten. Story 20. The old motel stood silently, a relic of forgotten times, its faded sign barely visible in the dim moonlight. It was a place where transient souls sought refuge for a night, where shadows danced in the flickering glow of the hallway lights. The receptionist handed her the worn key, his eyes holding a silent warning as he whispered, "Just avoid the last door on the left." Intrigue sparked within her, a curious flame that beckoned her towards the forbidden. That night the hallway stretched before her like a tunnel of secrets, the air heavy with the weight of the unknown. She hesitated in front of the ominous door, the metal handle sending a shiver down her spine with its icy touch. To the naked eye it appeared no different from its companions, blending seamlessly into the faded wallpaper until she pressed her ear against it and heard the faint whisper of something unseen stirring within. Detective Morgan Reed found herself at the crime scene, her senses assaulted by the metallic tang of blood that clung to the air like a haunting melody. The room bore witness to a macabre tableau, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with the grisly sight of a young woman's lifeless form sprawled on the floor, her once golden locks now a stark contrast against the darkness that surrounded her. As Reed knelt beside the victim, her mind raced with questions, each more chilling than the last. The forensic technician's monotone voice provided grim answers: another victim, another tragedy, another chapter in a grim saga that seemed to have no end. Back at the station, Reed delved deeper into the case, connecting the dots that painted a picture of a predator lurking in the shadows of anonymity. The press buzzed with speculation, the community gripped by fear as the killer remained at large, leaving behind a trail of broken lives and unanswered questions. Days turned into nights as Reed pursued leads and uncovered hidden truths, each revelation bringing her closer to the heart of darkness that pulsed beneath the surface. The victim, Elaine Werner, became more than a name on a file. She was a person, a life cut short by forces beyond her control. A breakthrough came in the form of a cryptic clue, a mysterious man known only as C, a figure shrouded in secrets and lies. Reed followed the trail, unraveling a web of deceit that led her to the heart of a sinister game played by a man consumed by his own desires. Charles Emerson, a man of wealth and influence, stood at the center of the storm, his mask of civility slipping to reveal the true nature of the beast within. Reed saw through his facade, peeling back the layers of deception to expose the monster that lurked beneath the surface. In a courtroom bathed in harsh light, Justice was served as Emerson faced the consequences of his actions, his eyes devoid of remorse as he was condemned to a lifetime behind bars. But for Reed, the echoes of that night lingered, a ghostly reminder of the darkness that dwells within us all. As she walked down hotel corridors in the dead of night, the memory of that fateful door haunted her dreams, a spectral presence that whispered of untold horrors lurking just beyond the threshold. And in the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to a truth too terrible to forget the truth that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 21, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its time-worn features telling tales of bygone eras. The heating system emitted a low, mournful groan, and the pipes rumbled with a familiar cadence. It was all part of the building's character. Or so she reassured herself until a peculiar occurrence shattered her perception. A faint, eerie voice, unlike any she had heard before, drifted through the labyrinth of vents, beckoning to her in hushed tones. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors chatting on the phone. It was a whisper, calling out her name with a haunting allure. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the metal grate, her heart quickening its pace. As a chill wind brushed past her cheek, a soft, almost playful voice teased, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself rooted to the spot in the heart of the empty apartment, her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team bustled around her, meticulously documenting every detail with flashes of their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace for 7 long days until a noxious odor alerted the building's authorities. What they uncovered within the confines of the ventilation system defied all rational explanation. Officer Patel, his voice steady but tinged with intrigue, recited from his notepad. She reported hearing voices through the vents. Building management dismissed her claims, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep gouges and frantic scratch marks around its edges. These marks were not made by any conventional tools. They bore the unmistakable signs of desperate fingernails clawing at the metal from the inside. Alina had been a beloved figure, a nurturing kindergarten teacher with a radiant smile and a green thumb that nurtured thriving houseplants on her windowsill. Her absence had raised alarm among her students, who had crafted heartfelt cards in her honor. Her concerned sister had been the one to report her disappearance. She grew increasingly paranoid in the days leading up to her vanishing. The sister confided during an emotional interview, her voice quivering with emotion. Alina was convinced that someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was just stress from her job." Shaw scrutinized the apartment with fresh eyes, noticing the telltale signs of a life interrupted. The neatly made bed, the abandoned coffee mug in the sink, the chair strategically placed beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. The forensic analysis yielded startling revelations, a match between fibers found in the vent and Alina's favorite cardigan, a mysterious fingerprint inside the vent cover that did not belong to the victim, and most chillingly, audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, with the rain patter providing a soothing backdrop, Shaw listened to the recordings in solitude. Alina's voice, tinged with trepidation, echoed through the speakers, "If you're real, say something." A pregnant pause hung in the air for what felt like an eternity before a faint whisper, barely audible, responded, "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the apartment complex revealed a disquieting history. 7 former tenants had vacated the premises prematurely, citing strange noises within the walls. One had even suffered from hallucinations induced by carbon monoxide exposure, claiming to have heard voices emanating from the vents. The building's superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had overseen operations for 15 years, his personnel record devoid of any glaring discrepancies. However, Shaw couldn't ignore the fact that he held keys to every unit in the building. During questioning, Weber maintained a veneer of nonchalance. "Old buildings creak and groan," he remarked casually. "People let their imaginations run wild. There's nothing supernatural about it, just the quirks of old plumbing and structural settling." Yet, when pressed about the tenants of apartment 4B, a subtle shift in his demeanor betrayed a hidden unease, a fleeting tension in his posture, a glint of apprehension in his gaze. "I don't keep tabs on every tenant's comings and goings," he deflected, his eyes evading Shaw's probing stare. The investigation took a harrowing turn when a concealed access panel was discovered within a leaner's bathroom, leading to a narrow maintenance passage that snaked between the walls, granting unrestricted access to the building's ventilation network. Inside this clandestine conduit, a trove of items was unearthed: a flashlight, a water bottle, remnants of food wrappers, a silent testament to an unseen presence dwelling within the building's confines, observing, listening, and whispering. Shaw authorized a search of Weber's residence, which appeared meticulously organized and devoid of personal effects. However, a thorough examination of his computer unveiled a trove of incriminating evidence. Folders meticulously arranged by apartment numbers housed a cache of audio recordings, intimate conversations, surreptitious snapshots taken through hidden apertures. A digital diary chronicled Weber's obsession with Alina, his delusions of a shared connection with her escalating to disturbing levels. "She senses me now," one chilling entry read. "She awaits my invitation. Soon she shall join me within the walls." The most damning revelation emerged from a storage unit registered under Weber's name. Inside, a chilling collection of mementos from former tenants surfaced: jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like macabre trophies of a twisted conquest. It became evident that Weber had been silently preying on unsuspecting victims, cultivating an insidious bond with those he watched from the shadows. Weber's apprehension was a subdued affair, devoid of resistance, his serene smile belying the horrors he had wrought. During interrogation, he cryptically remarked to Shaw, "They all come to understand me in the end. The building speaks through me to them." The coroner's findings painted a grim picture. Alina had been lured into the ventilation system, likely under the influence of sedatives, her desperate journey through the metallic maze culminating in a tragic demise as she chased the elusive whispers that promised solace. In the wake of Weber's arrest, families of former tenants stepped forward, recounting tales of missing belongings, loved ones plagued by paranoia and dread, convinced of a malevolent presence haunting their lives. A pattern emerged spanning years of a predator concealed within the building's walls, manipulating and tormenting his victims through whispered promises that warped into nightmarish realities. The courtroom drama unfolded, with Weber maintaining an unsettling calmness, his defense team invoking claims of insanity, citing his delusions of symbiosis with the building. However, the prosecution meticulously pieced together a narrative of calculated malevolence: the modified vents, the clandestine passages, the meticulous records that chronicled his victims' every move. The jury deliberated briefly before returning a unanimous verdict: guilty on all counts. Weber was escorted from the courtroom, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He turned to Shaw, his gaze unnervingly steady. "They will always hear me," he intoned cryptically. "The building remembers, the whispers endure. The once inhabited apartment complex now stands as a desolate shell, despite attempts at renovation and rejuvenation." New occupants are swiftly unsettled by inexplicable sounds emanating from the vents, whispers in the dead of night, icy drafts that carry spectral voices. The heating system groans with age. The pipes continue their rhythmic rattle, a ghostly reminder of the secrets buried within the building's walls, echoing through time in a haunting symphony of dread and mystery. Story 22, the tale unfolded within the shadows of a costume shop, its final hours marked by the liquidation of forgotten treasures. Amidst the fading remnants of disguises long abandoned, a woman's hand reached for a mask perched upon a dusty shelf, its features a delicate dance between beauty and unease. As she placed it upon the worn counter, a flicker of uncertainty danced in the cashier's eyes. "That's not ours," he murmured, a hint of disquiet in his voice. Perplexed, she sought a tag but found none, shrugging away the sense of foreboding that whispered through her mind. With a quiet resolve, she carried the mask to her sanctuary. In the stillness of the night, a soft rustle stirred her from slumber, a mere whisper of fabric shifting, yet enough to draw her gaze. The mask, once resting upon her dresser, now perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. The woman known as Catherine Reed was discovered by a concerned neighbor, the morning light spilling into her home through the ajar door, casting a solemn glow upon the scene that awaited within. Motionless upon her bedroom floor, Catherine lay silent, the mask vanished into the shadows. Detective Morgan arrived, a silent witness to the haunting tableau before her. The shutter's rhythmic clicks provided a macabre soundtrack to the hushed voices that lingered in the air. "No signs of forced entry," noted an officer, pen dancing across the notepad. The detective's gaze swept the room, absorbing details with a keen eye. A drawer left slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass perched upon the nightstand, every element seemingly ordinary, save for the life extinguished within those walls. The medical examiner, face etched with solemnity, declared the cause of death elusive at first glance. No visible wounds, no traces of a struggle, only the frozen mask of terror etched upon Catherine's features. Catherine, an art appraiser of quiet repute, was remembered by colleagues for her discerning eye, a gift for unraveling the threads of authenticity. She could discern a forgery with a mere glance, her boss reminisced, a note of sorrow threading through his words. The detective pondered the possibility that Catherine's expertise had led her down a path of peril. A visit to the now empty costume shop unveiled a tale veiled in mystery. The shop owner, his demeanor fraught with unease, revealed the mask's enigmatic origins, a relic of a clearance sale, a phantom from a forgotten estate. Whispers of strange occurrences haunted the shop, a legacy of a collector's untimely demise. Forensic revelations unveiled a chilling truth, microscopic fibers, a macabre tapestry woven into Catherine's final moments. Human hair intermingled with an unknown organic substance, defying identification. Threads of fate intertwined with ancient evils, linking Catherine to a legacy of terror that spanned decades. A retired detective, bearing the weight of unresolved cases, shared a revelation cloaked in shadows. Inside each mask, ancient symbols whispered of a ritual steeped in darkness, a dance of souls entwined across time. Catherine's hidden journal unraveled a tale of dread, of a malevolent force that lurked within the mask's hollow gaze. The investigation spiraled into the abyss of the unknown, each clue a thread in a tapestry of horror. The medical examiner's final verdict, cardiac arrest induced by unfathomable fear, haunted the detective's dreams. Surveillance footage unveiled a spectral figure, a mimicry of Catherine's form shrouded in the mask's chilling visage, a puppeteer of terror. The missing mask remained at large, a phantom drifting through the annals of time. Its reappearance in a distant vintage shop, a mere whisper in the winds of fate, eluded capture once more. The detective, keeper of Catherine's truth, harbored a silent vigil, a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. As night descended, she would startle awake, a phantom touch of fear lingering in the air. Windows secured, doors locked tight, she steeled herself against the mask's insidious allure, a predator seeking its next prey. The cycle continued, a macabre waltz of death and rebirth, the mask's hunger insatiable, its gaze fixed upon a world awaiting the chill of its embrace. Story 23: Secrets Unearthed. Renovations always bring forth unexpected discoveries. Hidden relics of the past emerge from the shadows, old newspapers, shattered trinkets, faded photographs. Yet when Sarah and Michael decided to uplift the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they stumbled upon a cryptic surprise, a letter neatly folded beneath the wooden planks. The paper, fragile and worn, bore a message that sent shivers down their spines. Don't trust the one who knocked. As the echo of 3 sharp raps reverberated through the silent house, a sense of unease settled over the couple. They had been drawn to the charm and history of the estate, acquired at an auction, but never fathomed the unsettling revelation lurking beneath its surface. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner by her side, arrived at the scene. The floorboards lay open, unveiling the dark void beneath. With hands weathered by years of unraveling mysteries, Reed gingerly retrieved the note, conscious of the unavoidable contamination left by the couple's touch. The fear etched on Sarah and Michael's faces seemed genuine, prompting Reed to delve deeper into the enigmatic history of the house. Background checks on the couple uncovered no cause for suspicion. Newlyweds with impeccable credentials and stable lives. However, the dwelling itself harbored a complex past. Once owned by the Hargrove family for generations, the residence had stood vacant for 2 years following the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly recluse with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her demise. Forensic analysis dated the enigmatic note back approximately 2 decades. The script bore traces of distress, hinting at fear or urgency. Margaret, in her 60s at the time, had lived with her late husband, Franklin, whose passing preceded hers by 5 years. Reed's investigation extended to scouring county records and interviewing acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin, a revered retired teacher with a knack for woodworking, had left behind remnants of his craftsmanship within the house. A former student recounted Franklin's descent into paranoia during his final teaching years, hinting at shadows that lurked within his past. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's conversation with Margaret's sister, residing in a nursing home. Through fading memories, a chilling truth surfaced. Margaret's apprehension stemmed not from Franklin, but from a mysterious figure, the collector. Franklin's gambling debts had attracted the attention of this ominous collector, whose persistent 3-knock visits had driven Margaret to consider selling their abode to settle the debts. Franklin's refusal had dire consequences, leading to a fateful confrontation that transformed the house into a repository of dark secrets. A meticulous search beneath the foundations revealed a grim truth, a male skeleton, bearing fractures that told a tale of violence. Dental records identified the remains as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and gambling collector who vanished without a trace 2 decades prior. Forensic evidence intertwined with Margaret's hidden diaries unveiled a harrowing narrative of fear, devotion, and a desperate attempt to conceal a dark chapter in their lives. Franklin's clash with Mercer had culminated in a tragedy that haunted the house for years. With the case closed and justice belatedly served, Sarah and Michael chose to part ways with the tainted property, leaving it deserted and the renovations unfinished. Local whispers speak of ghostly echoes, 3 distinct knocks reverberating through the empty corridors in the dead of night, a chilling reminder of the past. The note, still preserved in evidence storage, bears a haunting admonition: don't trust the one who knocked. As Detective Reed concluded her final report, she pondered the enigmatic nature of unresolved mysteries where the truth may never fully come to light, leaving shadows to linger in the stillness of the night. Story 24. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the walls of the house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and togetherness, birthdays, family gatherings, snapshots of a life lived. All seemed ordinary, innocent, until her fingers brushed against the last photograph in the stack. In that final image, the familiarity of her living room greeted her: the well-worn couch, the familiar curtains. But the family depicted within was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood, barely discernible in the dim light, watching intently. A shiver traced its way up Rebecca's spine as she gazed at the photograph, her senses heightened in the stillness of the attic. Tremors of unease caused the edges of the Polaroid to quiver ever so slightly in her grasp. The family in the picture, the woman with honey blonde hair, the man with thick glasses, the 2 children, smiled obliviously at the camera, unaware of the presence lurking just beyond their sight. Descending the creaking wooden steps, Rebecca felt the weight of the house press in around her, amplifying its emptiness. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she illuminated it under the harsh glare of fluorescent light. The undeniable parallels struck her: the familiar archway, the distinctive molding, the bay window that bathed the room in morning light. This was her home, yet these faces were strangers. Enter Detective Morgan, clad in a weathered leather jacket that whispered of untold stories. His eyes, deep and knowing, scanned the photograph with a practiced gaze. Running a gloved finger along its edge, he turned it over, revealing a blank expanse. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired, his voice a low rumble that filled the room. Rebecca confessed her scant knowledge, recounting how the Nelsons had left the state before she arrived. Accepting the photograph, Morgan hinted at the possibility of identifying the enigmatic family captured in the image. Thus began a hushed investigation. Unraveling the threads of history, Rebecca learned of the Nelsons' purchase from the Crawfords, who had preceded the Mornos. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed former neighbors, constructing a tapestry of past inhabitants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family as the Sutherlands, who had resided in the house briefly before vanishing without a trace. An eerie pattern emerged: 5 families, 5 years, all disappearing after a year of residence, leaving behind no clues, no traces of their existence. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years prior, revealing subtle anomalies that hinted at a staged composition. But the mystery deepened. If the Sutherlands had set the timer, who was the shadowy figure in the hallway, watching with intent? Enhanced imaging brought the figure into sharper focus, a tall male presence cloaked in darkness, his features obscured but his gaze unwavering. Detective Morgan unearthed a connection to a long-lost architect, Samuel Whitfield, whose spectral presence loomed over the house's history. The basement, a chamber of secrets beneath the house, beckoned. Ground-penetrating radar whispered of hidden anomalies beneath the concrete floor, leading to a chilling discovery. Beneath layers of earth and concrete lay the preserved remains of the missing families, each frozen in time, captured by the lens of a camera found among their possessions. The house, now a crime scene, held its secrets close as Rebecca sought sanctuary elsewhere. Within a hidden crawlspace in the attic, a cot, a journal, and a disturbing revelation awaited the meticulous observations of a phantom presence, detailing a plan that now included her. As night fell, a chilling call pierced the silence, awakening Rebecca to a world fraught with unseen dangers. The investigation lingered, the house standing as a silent sentinel, its mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Samuel Whitfield remained a specter, his true fate a mystery shrouded in time. And in the shadows, unseen eyes watched, capturing new images, new stories, new families in an endless cycle of intrigue and fear. The search for truth continued, a journey fraught with uncertainty, as those who dared seek answers found themselves ensnared in a web of darkness and deceit. Story 25. In the beginning there was a mere flicker, a fleeting anomaly in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother initially brushed it off as mere interference, nothing more than a glitch in the system. But then the audio crackled and a soft, eerie voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine as her blood turned cold. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, the window closed, and the door securely locked. The only unsettling sight was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glossy black eyes seemingly staring right through her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house until her throat was raw, prompting concerned neighbors to contact emergency services. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her huddled on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of fear and confusion. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished into thin air without a trace. The initial investigation yielded more questions than answers. No signs of forced entry, no tampered security system, just the lingering mystery of an inexplicable disappearance. Suspicions began to swirl around Rebecca. Her strained marriage to Daniel, who had been away on business at the time, cast a shadow over the case. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's struggle with postpartum depression, painting her as a potential suspect in her own son's disappearance. Detectives raised eyebrows at her composed demeanor, a stark contrast to the expected anguish of a grieving mother. The tide turned with a breakthrough discovery. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, distinct from anything within the household. These fibers hinted at a skilled intruder, possibly accessing the nursery from outside. Security footage from the neighborhood revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily under the cover of darkness, leaving behind a faint footprint in the garden soil, a footprint that matched specialized climbing boots. As the focus shifted from Rebecca to Daniel, new revelations came to light. Daniel returned home to a storm of accusations, his hands betraying telltale calluses from a newfound hobby in rock climbing. Financial records painted a troubling picture, with a recent life insurance policy on Samuel raising red flags. Mysterious phone calls and a hidden second family added layers of deceit to the already convoluted tale. The investigation took a chilling turn with the baby monitor at its core. Digital forensics unearthed a sinister hack, revealing that the whispered voice did not originate from inside the nursery, but was a remote intrusion. The trail led to a basement where Samuel was found alive, under the care of a woman named Elaine. Her vacant eyes spoke volumes as she was apprehended, unveiling a connection to Daniel's past, a past filled with loss and obsession. Elaine's twisted loyalty to Daniel unraveled a web of deception. Encrypted messages, climbing equipment, and damning evidence tied Daniel to the elaborate scheme. During the trial, the haunting audio from the baby monitor played, capturing not just the whispered words, but also Daniel's unmistakable cough, sealing his fate alongside Elaine's. As justice was served, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far removed from the shadows of the past. The case left a lasting impact on child abduction investigations, prompting a reevaluation of security measures and technological vulnerabilities. Samuel, shielded from the horrors of his infancy, grew up unaware of the darkness that once engulfed his family. Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the truth that unfolded that fateful night. Its glassy black eyes held the secrets of a story that transcended the confines of reality, a story where the baby monitor, with its whispered truths, unveiled the depths of human betrayal in the quietest of whispers. Story 26, the hushed whispers of the old library's imminent demise filled the air like a melancholic melody. The workers, their faces etched with determination, toiled tirelessly to dismantle what once stood as a bastion of knowledge. Amidst the clang of metal against stone, a serendipitous stumble led to the unveiling of a long-forgotten secret, a hidden latch nestled within the embrace of a weathered bookshelf. With a gentle push, the latch yielded to their touch, and the bookshelf parted like a curtain, unveiling a hidden stage. A passage, cloaked in shadows and mystery, beckoned them forward into the heart of the unknown. The air hung heavy with the weight of time, a silent witness to years gone by without a fleeting touch. Within the hidden room, devoid of life's comforts, stood a solitary chair, its presence a stark contrast to the emptiness that surrounded it. Bolted to the floor as if anchored by unseen forces, it bore witness to untold stories whispered in the dark, and etched upon the wall, a haunting refrain repeated itself in a ghostly echo, "I am still here." The call for order pierced the eerie stillness as the construction foreman's voice crackled over the radio, summoning the guardians of law and order to the scene. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with weathered eyes that had seen too much, arrived to confront a mystery unlike any he had encountered before. Standing at the threshold of the hidden chamber, his flashlight pierced the gloom, casting long shadows that danced with the cryptic message scrawled across the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his words weaving through the silence like a whispered promise. "Let no hand disturb the truth that awaits the light of scrutiny." The layers of time peeled back to reveal a tapestry woven with threads of intrigue and tragedy. The library, once a sanctuary of words, bore the mark of the Harrington family, a lineage steeped in privilege and shadow. Their gift to the community had harbored a dark secret, a specter of a daughter lost to the mists of uncertainty. As the forensic experts delved into the hidden recesses of the room, their findings painted a chilling portrait of captivity and desperation. Hair and fibers clung to the chair like silent witnesses, while the walls whispered secrets in the language of blood and skin, a tale of struggle etched in the very essence of the room's existence. Walsh, with a dogged determination born of justice, delved into the annals of the Harrington legacy. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with a disquieting precision, the timing of the library's donation, a contractor's meticulous craftsmanship, and a family's unspoken grief, all intertwined in a macabre dance of deception. The revelation of DNA evidence, a silent herald of truth, shattered the fragile fa-idea of uncertainty. Rebecca, the lost daughter of the Harringtons, had not vanished into the night, but had been ensnared in a web of familial treachery. The chair, a silent sentinel, bore witness to a crime of unspeakable horror. In the quiet solitude of Maxwell Harrington's study, a journal whispered of obsession and darkness. The ink-stained pages bore witness to a mind unhinged by fear and greed, a heart consumed by a darkness that knew no bounds. Rebecca's fate sealed in the ink-stained confessions of her uncle's hand. Maxwell's stoic faade crumbled beneath the weight of damning evidence, his hollow words a frail attempt to shield a truth too long buried. The echoes of Rebecca's final moments reverberated through the halls of justice, a requiem for a life cut short by the hands of kin. The excavation beneath the hidden room unearthed more than bones, and dust it laid bare the shattered remnants of a family's legacy tainted by bloodshed. Maxwell's sentence, a bittersweet symphony of closure and grief, echoed through the halls of the courthouse as justice's scales tipped in favor of the fallen. And as the library stood suspended in time, a monument to a life lost and a truth unearthed, the community gathered to pay homage to a soul silenced too soon. Flowers adorned the entrance, a tapestry of colors woven in remembrance of a daughter who had whispered from beyond the veil, "I am still here." In the quiet reflection of twilight, justice found its mark, a beacon of light piercing the shadows of a family's darkest hour. And as the stars painted patterns in the night sky, Rebecca's spirit lingered in the hallowed halls of the old library, a silent guardian of truth and memory, forever etched in the whispers of time. Story 27. The town held its breath whenever the conversation veered too close to the house standing at the edge of the woods. It was a place of secrets, shrouded in mystery and forgotten by time. The townsfolk never spoke of it, as if by ignoring its existence they could erase its eerie presence from their minds. The house itself seemed to have emerged from a dream, with windows blackened and a porch that sighed with the burden of years gone by. No one could claim ownership of it, and the origins of its construction had faded into the whispers of the wind. But one day, a group of hikers strayed too near, their curiosity leading them to a chilling discovery. Names like ghostly warnings were carved into the wooden siding of the house. 27 names etched deep into the ancient wood, telling a story of those who had ventured into the woods and never returned. Among them, at the very bottom of the list, was a name unfamiliar to all but one of the hikers. And when that hiker whispered, trembling, "That's mine," the true nightmare began. A call pierced the stillness of the night, a voice on the other end belonging to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had found his own name etched into the abandoned house. The authorities dismissed it as a routine trespassing report, expecting nothing more than a case of misguided mischief, but what they uncovered defied all logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness cloaked the forest in a chilling embrace. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weathered facade of the house and the ominous names that adorned its walls. Each name told a tale of a lost soul, vanished without a trace, their presence haunting the very foundation of the structure. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason declared, his words hanging in the frosty air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be carved here." The investigation unfolded like a macabre puzzle, each piece more unsettling than the last. Background checks on the listed names revealed a chilling truth: each person had disappeared while hiking alone in the woods over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold, others remained open wounds in the hearts of those left behind. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the depths of the cuts, the techniques used, and the patterns of weathering. The oldest name, that of Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a single hiking boot by a babbling stream. As the investigation delved deeper, suspicion turned towards Mason and his companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided evidence in the form of eerie photographs, capturing a shadowy figure lurking in the background of their hike, a figure unseen by the naked eye, but ever present in the haunting images. The search of the house's interior unearthed a bone-chilling discovery in the basement, a meticulously arranged collection of personal items belonging to the missing hikers, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. Watches frozen in time, backpacks waiting for their owner's return, cameras capturing moments long gone, all silent witnesses to a horror beyond comprehension. But the true horror lay in the bloodstains that marred the concrete floor, invisible to the naked eye, but screaming their silent truths under the harsh glare of ultraviolet light. The cadaver dog's alerts near the dense forest at the back of the property hinted at secrets buried deep within the earth, waiting to be uncovered. As the investigation spiraled into darkness, Mason's demeanor grew increasingly paranoid, haunted by whispers in the night, phantom footprints in the snow, and shadowy figures that lurked just beyond the edge of sight. The specter of fear tightened its grip on his soul, driving him to the brink of madness. A breakthrough came with the discovery of buried land records, revealing that the house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. A man of few words and unsettling presence, Blackwood had vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance a mere footnote in the annals of the town's history. Armed with newfound knowledge, Detective Keller led a search deeper into the forest, uncovering a network of hunting blinds strategically positioned along well-trodden paths. Within one of these blinds, a journal was found, a testament to Blackwood's descent into madness, detailing his twisted obsession with hunting not animals, but humans. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions, with helicopters scouring the forest from above and tactical teams combing every crevice and cave below. But the hunter remained elusive, a specter of the night who slipped through their grasp like a wisp of smoke. And then the unthinkable happened. Mason vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cryptic message carved on his bedroom wall, a chilling echo of the hunter becoming the hunted. The forest claimed him, swallowing him whole in its dark embrace. The search for Mason and the forensic technician continued, their fates intertwined with the malevolent force that lurked within the woods. A hidden workshop, a freshly carved name, and a sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air as the authorities braced themselves for the final confrontation. Surveillance cameras captured a figure, tall and thin, emerging from the forest in the dead of night, moving with an otherworldly grace towards the house. Tactical teams closed in, the trap set to capture the elusive hunter once and for all. But as quickly as he had appeared, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving behind